Herkese günaydın. Enerji
Good
sektörü.
morning. Welcome to the physical asset management in energy sector. This is day 2 and we are at the headquarters. Good morning to you all from Istanbul. We have guests among us and we have online guests as well. Yesterday was quite intense. We listened to different perspectives. We listen to the wind turbines and the solar panels and the life cycle of these panels, how we are producing waste and how we may reduce waste. These are the most important trendy topics of these days.
Süreçleri nasıl daha samimi, şeffaf bir biçimde
We made an evaluation and we looked for ways
saygılı, daha efektif çözümler üretebiliriz. Bunları konuştuk. Bugün de gün çok yoğun, çok heyecan verici panellerimiz ve keynote konuştuk.
We have some exciting speakers and keynote speakers. I have some reminders to make. We have Turkish and English interpretation. If you'd like to listen to our program in English, please select English in the languages and interpretation module. We also have sign language interpretation. This is going to be throughout the day as well. We are going to have a synchron tour. I'm going to remind that to you. We will meet in front of the stage and we will proceed together. Let me tell you how today's program will be. I will be on stage as well. We will listen to inspiring stories, establishing partnerships. This is SDG 17. We would like to remind you that and we'd like to remember that. We will, first of all, start the day with inspiring stories in order to develop new and good models. This was brought up a couple of times yesterday, green hydrogen. Green hydrogen is going to be discussed during a separate panel discussion today. The impact of digitalization, power stations, and new technologies and the contribution of new technologies to efficiency and performance. And then Uğur Soydaş will have a keynote speech, Professor Uğur Soydaş, and we will be discussing people and the impact of people. Professor Uğur Soydaş will have a remarkable presentation, and then we'll continue with the contribution of the insurance sector, how we may align these talks and discussions about sustainability with insurance. It's going to be an interesting day and an informative one. I'm going to switch to my moderator position. We will discuss best practices. Now I'd like to invite my guests. We will have Occupational Health and Safety, Environment and Sustainability Director, Mr. Kaan Gençel from Zorlu Enerji. Everyone seems to be seated underneath her photograph. Okay, here you are. Thank you. And we have Mehmet Eynehan from Enerjisa Upstream. He is our host. He is the sustainability mentor, and we have Sedef Karagöz, Geothermal Operations Deputy General Manager from Sanko Energy. Welcome. At this panel discussion, we will discuss best practices and we have some presentations as well. Sedef Hanım, can we start with you? We have great practices at Sanko Energy, and I'm sure they are going to be inspiring both for biodiversity and sustainability. Shall we start with your project? If I'm to give brief information, Sanko Energy is an investor in renewable energy. We have 10 power plants in different parts of Turkey, wind, geothermal, and hydro. We, of course, have this advantage to be located in different parts of the country, and that brings along extended impact, and we try to understand sustainable projects. Let me start with our first project. This has become operational in 2011. Collaboration between Deniz Temiz Association and Turmepa. SDG 17 is very important, so we always go for cooperation and collaboration. We never do things by ourselves, and this is in place since 2011. This is about the collection of waste in water. With two boats in Bodrum and Göcek, we are going through the shores. We are picking all the waste from the sea and deliver them to the treatment centers. With two boats, we are doing that, and these are the collection units. We also collect used oil as well. In Göcek, we have been continuing since 2011, and 4 million tons of water has been cleaned so far. In Gümüşlük, Yalıkavak, we started last year. Especially the boats, the waste from the boats and the treatment of the waste in a healthy, sound manner. We're spending tremendous effort, and of course, when it comes to climate action and marine habitat, we do our best to prevent harm on the marine fauna, flora, and of course it has repercussions on the shores, and we'd like to ensure cleaning of the shores as well. So this is a project we are very proud of. From now on, if there are questions, I will be more than happy to answer. If you like, we can do the following. You can touch upon the biodiversity project. Other participants of ours will also be providing details. After having discussed biodiversity, you may proceed with Salihli project. As you know, climate change has had an impact on biodiversity. Birds are disappearing. Many species are to become extinct. These are the visible ones, and there are some others that we can't see, the invisible ones, and they all have a big impact on the wellness of the soil and the underground. So biodiversity is very important. Kaan Bey, you also have a biodiversity project. So if we can hear from you, we can see to what extent it complies. Should I continue with this? Yes, please. I prepared a brief presentation. I can share that with you if you like. Let's have Kaan Bey's presentation on the screen. Maybe I should briefly mention Zorlu Group and energy, specifically energy group, and then how we have biodiversity activities. Zorlu Holding, as many participants know, has 33,000 employees and included in the top 3 for employment and included in top 7 for exports. Mining, electronics, white goods, textile, energy production, energy generation. We are active and present in all these industrial areas. In 1993, specifically for the steam requirement of the textile business, we started with our energy activities. 82% of our installed capacity is renewable, geothermal mainly. Pakistan, Israel, and Palestine are countries where we have renewable energy investment, gas distribution, EV stations, and retail, power retail. Occupational Health and Safety, Environment and Sustainability Directorate. As a directorate, at the beginning of 2020, we decided to have one single control for all these affairs, and that's how I was assigned. And in line with the perspective of Zorlu, we came up with a list of a list of objectives and strategic targets. How do we do that? With the chairmanship of our CEO, we have a board. This is where we have environmental, social, governance associated issues being discussed, and plans are made, and then these are taken to the board level to take decisions. For the management of that, we have preferred digitization. For the activation and follow-up of documents, we have software. We have two softwares, and these days we have artificial intelligence for greenhouse gas emissions and water consumption. We are working on an AI platform to monitor that. And we have two main objectives when it comes to sustainability. We would like to ensure that we conduct 10 million TL worth of investment for the protection and improvement of biodiversity. This is going to be by 2030, and we have similar targets for social and governance as well. So what do we specifically do for biodiversity? Let me come to that. In this sector, we come together with the university professors and private consultancy companies. We came together with them, and we have established a management system, and these are based on certain standards, both for the current stations and power plants and for other projects. We would like to ensure sustainability, and that's why we have biodiversity analysis for them all. Here we have three best practices I'd like to share with you. One to mention is the way we got to learn about these living beings. This is the yellow bumble. It's Heliotropium thermophilium. In Denizli Sarayköy, we discovered this species. It is only found in this part of the world. It is the one and only place where this is available. It is under protection from Pamukkale University and at the other public institutions in Denizli. We have some under safe storage in case something happens to the ones in the field. And again, with Pamukkale University, to further grow the species, we are conducting another project. Secondly, this is Ekimiya, Özcan, and Seçmeni. This is again found as we had this power plant in Denizli. It is a large project. This project is going to cause some parts of this region go underneath the water. So this species was discovered, and it would become extinct because of the project. So this project has been cancelled by Zorlu Energy, and the license has been returned to the ministry. And this is the Tirebolu spider. Again, in Giresun, we were planning to have a hydropower station. Even if it's not regionally endemic, this Tirebolu spider is quite widespread in this region, we found out. Again, from biodiversity perspective, we had reservations, so we gave up on this investment as well. In brief, we have a documented biodiversity system. Projects are analyzed accordingly. Risks and opportunities are evaluated, and the processes are all subject to these evaluations. If you like, if there are questions, I may answer them. I'm so curious. What you have just said is so valuable. You go all the way to cancel the project just for the sake of protecting that species. Are you communicating that? I have had other projects with Zorlu Group, but the first time I saw your presentation today, it was the first time I heard about this. Are you communicating this? Because this should stand as a best practice, and it should inspire others, since we have inspiration in our title as well. Main communication method is actually integrated activities report. It was published on the 10th of March last year. We are talking about our achievements and performance when it comes to sustainability as well as ESG. It is available in the report. These are actually old projects, 2010, between 2010 and 2020, but then again, they are available in the newsletters prepared by corporate communications, and also they are mentioned in the communication of some NGOs such as TÜSİAD and some other associations where we are members. But if there's special interest, of course, Corporate Communications Directorate of our group will be more than happy to share with the internal and external stakeholders. I think this is worth mentioning and this is worth sharing, so that when other groups hear and learn about this, they may take inspiration. Now, let me turn to you, Mehmet Bey. When it comes to biodiversity, you also have great work. Let's hear from you what kind of activities you undertake. You also have social gender equality. So maybe we may start with biodiversity and we may proceed with social gender equality. Thank you. Our first project is the wildlife project. As you know, wildlife project is one of the important pillars of SDG. Within this framework of the SDG, in order to ensure that ecosystems and biodiversity are protected, are under protection, we are undertaking activities. SDG 17 is about partnerships and national parks and nature preservation. We work in collaboration with them to support them. Regarding this project, there is a critical point I'd like to mention. In such projects, there seems to be information gap, a lack of information. Data and articles are not closely monitored. That's something I'd like to emphasize. We'd like to emphasize. We come together with experts like academics, professors, so that we prepare an academic infrastructure. Along with this, in this region, we have different species and we have biodiversity. We try to record them and keep those in the record. For instance, in 2021, 3 male goats have been monitored with GPS GSM satellite receivers. The reason why we decided to follow them was to see how they behaved in their natural habitat, so that we could take action accordingly. Again, this year in October, we discovered another special species of a goat. This is the first time we have started monitoring that in Turkey, and we continue with that. And secondly, in addition to this work, in 2021, with the 13th regional directorate, we collaborated with the directorate and contributed to the inventory work, because before monitoring or following up a species, you have to understand the situation so that you may shape the future work.
Burada yine özel türlerin raporlaması ve kayıt altına alınması dışında.
And then, aside from reporting and recording the special genres, we are also increasing observing, and if there's any information out in the field, if there's any injured animal that is identified in the wildlife, we work with regional directorates and help out. And finally, with an internal work, we're trying to raise awareness. We have a wildlife photography contest which we'd like to contribute an awareness to. Maybe we can start talking about gender equality as well. Yesterday, Olivia mentioned a little bit, in the industry of energy, we see a predominance of men. It was about 22% of the industry sees women, and actually we see that in the tables and the charts that are prepared. Why do women not exist in this industry? Of course, we're talking about all these old-time reasons for that. Technically speaking, we don't see women in technical areas, and then actually, do we have the encouragement for women? Do we have the mentorship for women to pave the way for them to come to the industry? And we should enable them access to the industry without allowing any hitting of the glass ceiling. So you have a very good project in terms of gender equality to attract more women in the industry. Let's talk a little bit about this and then we'll give the floor to other guests. Just like you said, especially in the industry of energy, we see so many challenges, and we're probably number one in those challenges. On top of women's participation in the industry, we see problems in STEM as well, and you see very low figures. I would like to point out to a report by International Energy Agency. So they have this calculation. We have 39% of women's participation in global labor force, and that is 22% in the energy industry. So we wanted to do something about that. And at Endesa Production, we wanted to train 500 female students. I'm going to talk about our goals. Our purpose here is the following. We all know, yes, the level of education at university is good, but in the work life, in business life, things change a little bit. Expectations change in business. You need to build on the knowledge you acquire during universities, and a lot of us found out about that. We don't have the necessary knowledge in the business life because we see a different pace, we see a different type of dynamism here. So when we set up this program, we had this perspective. So career planning and digital competencies were the several areas that we wanted to focus on. So for example, personal development, production and consumption in energy, career planning, and sustainability. So we had very valuable academics and experts that gave online lectures. And here is what the focus of our program was. So we engaged with third-year and fourth-year university students because fourth-year universities are about to finish their program, but third-year students were just about to finish their university studies as well. So that was how our planning was. Excuse me. He says, so we reached out to 854 people in 53 provinces. Okay, we're talking about energy markets, STEM, and we're in the energy industry, but we're not only talking about engineering here. We had people coming in from economics, from medicine as well, because even if you're just functioning in the energy industry, you need to have a multidisciplinary perspective. We're not just talking about an engineering work. You have social investment, you have finance, you have accountability. That's why you need diversity here. Our age average is 22.5. So we had 828 undergrad students, we had 26 vocational school students who joined the program, so we had them as well. Here is what it ended up in. So we had 19 training programs, 525 students graduated from the program. So our goal was 500. We went even beyond that. It was a very tough project actually, because we had all these examinations. It was an intensive program. And what we did was to add a certification to the program. And here's how we supported them. So we made Enerjisa Academy program available to them. So these participants could also benefit from our internal academy program. And one of our friends was about to take the thermodynamics examination because she benefited from our program. She passed the test very well. So we want to create this community using several channels, including Zoom and Slack, so people learn from each other and they could also share their feedback about the program. And just like I've said, this is about supporting their career development. When we graduate from university, you don't just jump into business interviews. It's only when you apply for a job. But what we did was to simulate that process. So the graduates had 30-minute simulation of interviews with our managers. So they had an idea, they had a flavor of that process. Imogen is our content partner. We worked with them. We had also academic partners, Boğaziçi University, Lifelong Education Center, and we also have Sabancı University. We also worked with Karakede. That's very critical. I want to ask about that. Maybe mention that, but I want to talk about that because I'm going to ask other guests too. This is very critical, and this is something that I am asked a lot about when we work with that. Okay, we're making an investment. What about the return? Because you need to make huge investments in such projects. This makes life easier for us. So when we do these consultancy programs, this helps us. I would like you to mention a little bit about this. So SROI is critical because let's say you pay 1 TL for a social project investment, but what we wanted to do was to have a social return of 2.01 for every 1 TL invested in. That was what we had in mind for the project. So with all this CSR, all these social projects, we make this SROI calculation in order to identify the impact that we create. So I want to just go over very quickly about the feedback that we had. We had feedback from the students, and they have all these posts that they shared about this. Sedef, I would like to now turn to you. I would like to hear about your project, the side project, and how about the justification strategy for our investments? Because we have these valuable guests and audience members. Let's listen to what you have to say. And measurement and assessment is very, very important. It's very critical. We talked about that yesterday as well, both in efficiency and in social impact. If we cannot measure a piece of work, then we cannot evaluate it. This says your project is something that I really like. Let's listen to it first and then move on. Just like I've said, power plants are widespread in different geographies, but they're close to small towns with difficulty in access. We have 3 geothermal power plants in Salihli. So we have this wide plateau, and it is like a protected area. Almost all geothermal power plants in Turkey are placed on a plateau, on lowlands in Menderes and other places too, Salihli included. So Salihli was our luck, let's say. We're happy. Maybe we should just mention a little bit about that. So when you think of the Lydia civilization, we're talking about the first money that was being coined. Gold can still be found in the riverbed over in that geography. You can still extract gold there. You know, we're talking about bitcoins, but actually it all was rooted in gold and silver. So it has a historical background, and it is dependent on water. It's incredibly fertile. It has 4 periods of harvest. So basically, they cultivate once, and then they have the harvest, and then they cultivate again. So the mineral resources are abound in the water used for geothermal power plant, and the heat produced there creates a greenhouse effect. When you look at what's happened in history, you see cities being built in areas close to water resources. Salihli is one such town. You have hot springs and you have rivers, and water resources are plenty in Salihli. When the first geothermal power plant was built, there was an environmental impact evaluation to find out about what the town thought of, what the town knew about Sanko Energy. But there was a negative reaction based on previous bad experiences. And the reason is very clear. When first geothermal power plants started to be built, there was a lot of ignorance, there was a lot of lack of control, and there was a lot of spread from the geothermal power plant that ended up drying the cultivated land around. So a lot of people had their prejudice. So all of this reaction, all this negative reaction made us think about social consensus. This is a must. We live together. Neighboring is important. When we need to support each other, we need to support the economy. These are our duties. And we need to also live happily. If the society is not happy, what good is there in our producing electricity? This was our perspective. And geothermal energy is very critical. You know, with wind, you have the mountains, and you need to have certain places for solar energy, but you can also have this offshore. So you see this geothermal power plant here, and there is a vineyard there. Sanka Energy owns it, and as part of a strategy, we wanted to follow up our own cultivated land. With our first measurement, we're still observing it. One of our biggest pieces of work is to take care of this cultivated land, because we see whether we have an impact or not. Are we really harming others? So this is a vineyard of a large area. So that first interaction work was followed with a question of what can we do? And then what we did was the following. With almost all sustainability project, we tried to start a partnership because you need to sustain it. It's not a one-time job. That's why we wanted to work with municipalities and also with so many different organizations. We're in collaboration with them. We are talking about a town of a population of 164,000. Most of these people are farmers. Their livelihood comes from farming and agriculture. And then there is tourism. And in terms of industrial development, we have improvements there too, with certain training and education. So we wanted to ask the question, how can we contribute to the economy? So obviously, because this is a farming town, we started as relevant projects. So based on long-lasting surveys and assessments, we found out about that and we decided on a thing. So we have our friends who live in Salihli, they have friends of family in Salihli, they get feedback from them. So we have the marketplace project. It was really the #1 project because it contributes to the economy, it contributes to sustainable cities, and it's also contributing to rural development. And here was our perspective. We just did not want it to drop after one-time achievement. We wanted to have a continuous monitoring for that. So you have both open air and closed air markets, and we wanted to use renewable energy, training opportunities for children. So we wanted to give virtual reality training for children, and so we were a stakeholder in there. So the marketplace was completed. We began in April 2022. But economy was very uncertain, but we started this construction anyhow. The feedback is very positive. Hopefully, by about January or February next year, we're going to make it available to the public. So, as you can see, the visuals are quite exciting, and it is looked forward to by the public. How about the investment? I'd like to talk about that because it's a significant investment. How do you really transfer it? How do you measure it? How do you justify that investment? Could you tell us a little bit about that? Because there are a lot of people who are wondering about that. You, dear friends, see how these 3 friends are very enthusiastic when they talk about their projects because they create a lot of value with their projects. But how do you really convince people of these investments? I think we're very lucky. Because when I think of the company that I work for, I feel that, well, actually, we're very lucky because these do not really come from us. They come from, these decisions come from the board of directors, because the board of directors have the intention, the willingness, and they push us forward. Obviously, we go over the figures and all of that, but because we're talking about a social contribution here, putting that into figures and analyzing the impact might not be very easy. What we know is this: even if it would last for 100 years, here's what we think. For people who do not know about geothermal project, you need to know that if you cannot manage your reservoirs, then you need to leave that place in 10 years. We say we want to be there for 100 years. Then we need to be shoulder to shoulder, elbow to elbow with the society, with the community there. So that is the big motivation. In terms of numerical assessment, the board of directors receive from us the numbers that are most convenient and most appropriate to accept. We're very lucky. They want projects from us. That is very, very valuable. So this coming from the authorization of the company is very precious. So basically, what we try to do is to work with the most effective organizations with our projects. Before Marketplace in Salihli, I would like to mention one thing. We have 8,500 households in Salihli that were using geothermal energy. But of course, with increased residences came natural gas, and people chose natural gas. The reason being, of course, with geothermal energy, you have an investment cost. You have a certain equipment that you need to install, but there is a huge amount of demand coming in right now. For about 15 years, they have been using geothermal energy, but there are resource problems because they cannot manage the reservoirs. But there again, we provide social support, social contribution. What we do is we bring in all the resources and we try to manage things on a technical level as well. I'd like to add one more thing. There is a sense of pride and belonging and loyalty that are inspired in our employees, and I would like to show you that in the photograph. This is a huge motivation for our friends, for our employees. We're talking about social consensus. We're talking about environment. That's what we do. And every effort towards that path increases the motivation of our employees. And when we receive social support, that encourages us to work better. We take into consideration all kinds of criticisms and comments. And I just wanted to focus on Salihli because I'm involved in it and I live there myself. In every power plant, we need to pay a lot of attention to these things. At a certain period, there was this wild, brutal use. We need to remember that, and we need to eliminate the traces of those, especially in the energy industry. A lot of work awaits us still. These are really very inspiring projects. Kaan, I'd like to turn back to you. So we're talking about stakeholders working together, and we're talking about a strategy framework here. So we're not talking about just one-time, small-scale projects. We are talking about long-term and sustainable projects. So can you talk us about the strategy to follow this? How did you start building this as an idea? Could you please let us know about how it got into shape, and maybe to inspire our listeners? Before strategy, I would like to add one more thing. As you know, Alaşehir is a place where you have the highest quality grapes. And actually, Alaşehir Geothermal Power Plant is the location where we have one of the best top quality grapes, and we have a women's cooperative that does the business of farming there. On the strategy side, beyond sustainable strategy, we have an environmental sustainability strategy, and we have emissions reduction, waste reduction, and social impact reduction goals for 2030. But we have environmental and social governance criteria. And for that, we have been working with a consultancy agency to identify the priority areas. I'd like to not talk about the details, but what we did was to go over the technical data, and then we had numerical and financial goals. We talk about our achievements a lot today with you, but on top of that, we have also our idealized goals, but we still have time to achieve them. But there are parts in which we are going to take care of in the upcoming decades, like, for example, science-based emission reductions and zero emissions are in the pipeline in the next phases. It's not going to be hugely painful, but it's a long term.
İzlemek, takip etmek ve paydaşlarla çalışmak.
It's all about planning and working with stakeholders. I heard that from all of you. We have stakeholders from the academia, and of course we have to convince the field, because if the field resists, the project can't be successful. Sometimes we have to collaborate with local partners, and we have to put one thing on top of another, and we have to draw lessons from the mistakes. I also believe in that, because sometimes the request or the demand of the field does not align with our desires. Do we have any questions? Because we still have 5 minutes. If there are questions, we may get them before we finish. Otherwise, I will continue with a brief closing. We always say we should be participatory, but we should, of course, leave room to our participants. Unless there are questions, I will ask one thing from you. So far, you have told us about great things. So what is awaiting? What are you dreaming of in the coming days? Sedef Hanım, let's start with you. What are you planning to do with Sanco in the future? Sanco, in its project, in all its projects, stakeholders are invited to be a part of it, and we'd like to do it in long term. We would like to be there for the long term. We have always done that. We will continue to do that. We are in an effort to do that. As much as possible, our investments are shaped accordingly. So when we consider this, when we have this perspective, our general strategy is to ensure follow-up of the 17 goals, SDGs. At Sanco Holding, we have different units and departments that conduct strategic work to ensure that. I also would like to make one additional point. Individual effort, teamwork, managerial work, and corporate work. All of this contribute to the whole process rather than something coming from the top. We have to believe in this. We have to collaborate. We are in a small market. We are in a small sector. We are in interaction with one another. We are on one side of the table one day and on the other side of the table the next day. So as we share and as we collaborate, great things will come along. I have social consensus in my dreams on my behalf. For instance, someone in charge of geothermal power plants. When I said this to my family, that I'm going to be deputy director for geothermal plants, my family objected to that. How come this is not environmental? But I was able to convince them. I was able to convince myself the same rule applies to everyone. It's not only a company or a government or a state that will do something. I would like to thank Enerjisa for this collaboration. It is our pleasure to be a part of this. All our R&D activities, because R&D is extremely valuable, and in the short run, we are going to be meeting our targets for carbon emissions. So let's work together. Let's inspire one another. Let's collaborate. Why not? Thank you. Thank you. What you just said, I actually encountered. IMECE is developing a great program for students, and I was there chatting. A friend of mine said that I'm a mining engineer. Where should I be? I said, this is the right place. No matter where we are, we may transform that place. We can make things better. Never, ever think that these are affairs for social sciences. We should have engineers and whatnot. We should do this together. Thank you very much for the sincere insight. Mehmet Bey, what's your aspiration? What is awaiting us at Enerjisa Upstream project? Sustainability is a journey. We see this as a journey. We are in one phase of it, and it's a never-ending journey. And in this journey, it's not, of course, someone's task only, as Sedef Hanım mentioned. It's not only the task of the technical team. We should do this together. And when I say together, I don't mean the department or company, all companies. All corporations have to work in joint effort. We should learn from one another so that we elevate ourselves from one level to a higher level. In 2030, in 2040, we will be at other levels. In order to be able to continue, everyone should see this as a journey. It's not the task of a group, a company, or a department, so that we can jointly jump to the next level. As Enerjisa, in this journey, we would like to elevate ourselves even higher with our employees working at the power plant, with our HQ, with our stakeholders, with our regional communities. By working together in a joint effort, we will continue working for the best. Thank you. Kaan Bey, what do you have in your vision? What does Zorlu Enerji dream, and what do you dream of, sir? Even if we are not aware of it, we are going through a transformation. 15 years ago, I was working at environmental, social governance and similar topics and sustainability, and it was seen as an internal topic. But for the last 5 years, the impact of this on finance and the impact of this on the corporate strategies are increasing. I read a McKinsey report, this carbon border adjustment with the Green Deal. When this is introduced in 5 sectors, 1 billion euros will be the custom tax at the borders, and that's why millions and billions of investments have to be made by 5 main sectors: cement and steel and textile, energy. In order for us to continue, in order to ensure that we are at the same level with top-tier companies, we should have sustainability as a part of our strategies. Operational priorities, financial priorities are being discussed, and this should be discussed. What do I dream of? For sustainability, the impact of sustainability on finances should be leveraged to the board level more, and this should be a main criterion for selection. Hopefully, this is going to be a business style. And as Zorlu Enerji, what do we dream of? We mainly are looking into innovative EV, energy efficiency, carbon capture and storage, and green hydrogen. These are our areas of interest, especially with our R&D directorate. In order to be the company of the future, we will be leaving the conventional domains, and we will be focusing on sectors with less carbon footprint. And our colleagues at the Sustainability Directorate, we conduct work both for the short term and the long term. Thank you very much. This has been extremely inspiring for me as a panel discussion. We can only achieve this together. We have listened to valuable stories. As we always mention, never harm and never leave anyone behind. We have heard examples of this and how this is internalized. Thank you very much. Hopefully we will have many more projects to collaborate and inspire one another. Thank you.
Evet, şimdi bir 15 dakika yok. Yarım
We,
saat aramız
we
var.
will now be breaking for half an hour.
Ben size daha sonrası için bilgi vereceğim. Çok
I will
teşekkür
provide you further details. We are now breaking for 30 minutes.
merhaba. Çok gene merak ettiğimiz bir panelimiz var. Yeşil hidrojen ve yeşil hidrojenin sektöre olacak katkısını konuşacağız. Çok değerli konuklarla beraber. Şimdi ben yavaş yavaş konuklarımı davet etmek istiyorum. Evet, önce Enerjisa Üretim İşletme ve Teknik Genel Müdür Yardımcısı Emre Erdoğan moderasyonda, buyurun. Linde Gaz Türkiye Genel Müdürü Mert Alper Kumbaracı. Mert Bey, sizi de şöyle alalım. Hangi ismi kullanıyorsunuz? Mert mi, Alper mi? Mert Bey, o zaman buyurun. Ve University of Twente'den doçent doktor Sayın Canan Acar Hocam. Hoş geldiniz. Ve TENMAK Temiz Enerji Araştırma Enstitüsü Başkanı Doktor Ömer Faruk Tunçbillek. Hoş geldiniz. Siz hangi ismi kullanıyorsunuz?
Ömer diyebilir.
Ömer Bey, hoş geldiniz. Evet, sizde söz. Görüşmek üzere.
Öncelikle hem değerli katılımcılar burada olduğu için hem de siz değerli izleyiciler burada olduğunuz için çok teşekkür ederiz. Bugün oldukça değerli konuklarımızla tekrar buradayız. Tabii sürdürülebilirlik ve enerji dönüşümü deyince hidrojen olmazsa olmaz, konuşulmazsa hep merak edilen kısımlardan bir tanesi. Onun için biz de bu panelde özellikle...
So this is one of the things being required. So both the academic and the private sector and the public sector, what they are planning and how they are approaching the topic. We wanted to discuss this with you. I have some questions for the distinguished panelists, but since we have our participants both online and physically, we would like to take their questions and answer them as well. So let's start with you, because you're the only lady among us, Canan Hanım. Let's start with you. Especially when it comes to hydrogen, we have serious work. Your academic achievements are known by all. Everyone admires that, especially when it comes to hydrogen. You have many articles, both for you and for us. They are inspiring. So, at the first stage in Europe, when it comes to energy transformation, what are the things that are done? What is the collaboration like between the industry and the academia? And when it comes to technologies, you are closer to the technologies than we are. So how is the work there, and what are the most up-to-date topics that I'd like to hear from you? Thank you. I'd like to thank everyone, and I'd like to thank you for your invitation. Questions are big questions, so I don't know how I can briefly answer them, but let me introduce myself first. I've been working on hydrogen for the last 15 years in the Netherlands, in the US, in Canada, and Turkey. I have been working in this area for the last 15 years. And when it comes to hydrogen, I was a master's student, and the first question that I had asked, heard was as follows. It was a panel discussion, and the professor from Salt Lake University had said that this is a dream, it will never come true. So the impact of hydrogen is now being discussed widely, and it's so pleasing to see. So one of the movements in Europe, of course, the Paris Agreement and the commitments made, the impact of hydrogen has come to the forefront, and then something broke, which was unexpected. We wish this would never happen, but the tension between Russia and Ukraine and the repercussion of the war in Europe. So the work on hydrogen conducted in Europe, I think the biggest indicator for this great work is the Hydrogen Bank. 3 billion euros is the total amount of the budget, and this is going to go for projects on hydrogen. How is this going to be distributed? How is this allocated? That's an important question. Actually, this is not considered, but then again, rather than small-scale projects or large projects only. Certain hubs have to be established, and certain hubs may form links or chains in economy. This is called circular economy, and this is a priority when it comes to hydrogen. So the project development for hydrogen, certain industries will be coming together and, for instance, work on wastewater treatment, establishing synergies between treatment center and producers, and creating synergies so that the users are included in the hub. Rotterdam Energy Hub, they also would like to distribute hydrogen. So I have taken pure water, and I will be using this. So I think this, rather than that, synergies have to be considered. Should I stop here? Because it's a lengthy topic. If there are questions, I may answer them. However you like, I mean, from the investor's perspective at least, there are technologies, self-proven technologies, and there are some flexible technologies and modular technologies like EM. And Solidox that is up and coming someday, but under certain conditions, they will be making the best performance. And do you have such tips about technology? What do you think will be more on the forefront in the upcoming days? Because green hydrogen generation, when will it be more affordable? Everyone wonders. And of course, more productive technologies are to be sought after. Alkaline is a technology from a century ago. Okay, the pressure has changed, and it's not an untouched technology for the last 100 years. But the advantage of alkaline, when compared with others, is that it may generate hydrogen with less cost. Technology is settled down, and we have the know-how. However, the yield is not that high, so there is more loss. PEM is coming. It's a thinner membrane. You can go up to higher levels, but for PEM, there's the impurities in water, the water impurities, and foreign substances. They may block. And if our final objective is to produce green energy, it will either come from wind or from solar, from renewables. So if there's going to be a fluctuating thing, the catalyst in the membrane will lose its activity, and its life will shorten, and it increases the cost. And the solid oxide, it has a higher yield because it works at higher temperatures, and the resistance losses are less. But solid oxide is very costly, and when it goes to such high temperatures, the materials that may operate under those conditions are not accessible or approachable. So for all production technologies, membranes and catalysts, if they work with wastewater, if they can work with wastewater, that's going to be a transformation, because clean water is going to be scarce anyway. It's valuable. And thermal management, the lowest temperature is 60 degrees Celsius. Let's imagine that the anode and cathode are converted into a transformer, heat transformer, and if that is to be presented to the user, temperature and hydrogen, heat and hydrogen, then the system's cost will be reduced and the yield, the productivity will be increased. These are the technical tips I can give. Thank you. I'm coming from a regulated sector, so the last word belongs to the public. So with your permission, I would like to leave the last word to the public. So let me turn over to you. As far as I heard in the news, S&P Sustainability Index, both textually and generally, you have been awarded with quite a good score. And when it comes to hydrogen, $1 million of investment is made in this. And as far as I learned from you in Saudi Arabia, at carbon capture, hydrogen production is concerned, Linde is a leading company. So green hydrogen, the global developments in Turkey, how is your perspective as a company? And how this ecosystem is to be developed in Turkey, and the expectations of the private sector? What are the expectations of the private sector, since we have the public sector as well? Thank you. As Linde, we are the leading company of the sector. Since 1879, we are involved in gas production and engineering, and hydrogen. Hydrogen was invented by our founder, Carbon Linde. That was the beginning of the 20th century, but the purity was 82%. Since then, the Paris Agreement came along, reduction of carbon emission. We also have commitments, and Dow Jones Index, Sustainability Index, for the last 19 consecutive years we have been involved. So both as a company and all the ecosystem as a community, we underlined the importance of that. At the beginning, of course, the government strategies are important. As you know, most of the EU countries have developed strategies, and the strategy is to be developed in Turkey. We are monitoring, following up the development. Of course, in order to ensure that our country is more productive and cleaner, we work hard. This is our mission. As you know, we have projects in different parts of the world. For instance, in Texas, from Texas to Louisiana, all the way to Charles Lake, we have 550 kilometers long pipelines. We are producing hydrogen, and we are feeding pipelines. Hydrogen and carbon reduction. When we think about that, of course, the 42% of that carbon is produced by the industry. We have to neutralize it. And 18% comes from mobility, from transportation. So, as you have also said, we are investing hugely. 1/3 of our R&D investment is dedicated to this. At COP27, they have signed contracts, and biggest carbon capture project, CCS project, has been signed with Saudi. There is a consortium formed, and Linde is included in that. Aim is that, of course, to produce blue ammonium, and 9 million tons will be fed underground, and 50 million tons of carbon dioxide will be captured in the following years. That's how the capturing will be done, and we will thus be protecting our planet. It's everyone's problem, and it is an ethical problem as well. In this ecosystem, the private sector, public sector, and the government strategies and policies, academics,
with you, esteemed entrepreneurs, we need to take a step forward in this area. We discussed this yesterday, and we're talking about the future all the time, but actually it was yesterday. We need to speed up as soon as possible. Of course, we're talking about high costs, but with advanced technologies and with more and more producers getting involved, our costs will go down. But it is a problem beyond cost, I believe. We at Linde, we have a $40 billion backlog just for hydrogen. And our teams are working on that. We have 3 R&D centers, both in the Americas and Shanghai, and one in Munich. On the EMEA geography, we're very committed. We have so many different commitments in this area. Aramco project is very exciting, and just the first phase will mean 1.5 billion capex. But I'd like to talk about the mobile side as well, the transportation side as well. Again, so we have Köln municipality, which provides gas with Linde gas, and we're talking about a very green city anyway. So in mobility, in transportation, we need to take a step forwards as well. We need to produce hydrogen in that area too. And we are talking about something a little less economic compared to fossil fuels, but we are making plans forward as well. Hopefully in municipalities in Turkey as well, we're going to have certain initiatives, both it's part of the Association of Green Producers. We are carrying out activities. This is it from me, but we're not only talking about Linde from Enerjigaz or from just the ministry. We need to have this common sense, we need to have this common knowledge to move forward. Dr. Ömer Faruk Tunçbilek, so congratulations on your new position, because you worked briefly in the defense industry after energy, and now you're back. So Tanmak is where you work. Teman is where you're chairing. Of course, for a very long time, the industry has been expecting a strategic plan, which we know Tenmak has been working on. So when will the industry stakeholders have access to the entirety of the report is the first question I have for you. Thank you, first of all, for your kind invitation and for making me a panelist here. And I would like to greet every panelist and the audience members with respect. Before I speak, I would like to also pass the greetings of Abdülkadir Balıkçı, our chairperson. So this is my third day in my office. I'm newly appointed in this place, but I'm not a foreigner in this industry. Between 2010 and 2012, in Bosnia-Herzegovina and in China, I worked in renewable energy. And in 2011, Astra Energy, one of the biggest solar panel producers in the world, was a part of a journey that I also became a part of. But their capacity increased over time, and just like Mr. Professor said, the costs were very high. Now the costs have reduced. 2012 and 2018 is that period within which I worked as renewable energy projects in IPA, and I enabled access to the country to my country for a great level of grant, and I left with 582 megawatts of installed capacity. That was what we gifted, and I know that my friends tell me now it's above 1,000 megawatts in installed capacity. I gave a break in defense industry. I'm very glad for that hiatus, I would say, because everybody would know that defense industry has this journey of local production and going national. So it's contributed a lot. And as of 6th of December, Mr. Minister appointed me in this position. On the public side, at Tenmak, here is our perspective. We have 3 pillars. The first pillar is the budget. As you would all agree, without a budget, you cannot do anything. For the projects in the pipeline, for the work in the pipeline, we will take into consideration the budget a lot, and as much as possible, we would like to work with EU projects, and we would like to also work with World Bank grants and funds. And we would like to create a consortium with you, maybe, an area that we can work together. So this is the first pillar. Obviously, that will be followed with national grants and investments. Again, together with you, we can create funds. So, the first pillar is the budget. The second one is the organizational structure. As you would know, Tenmak is a newly established institution. It was built on a legacy in 2020, so it's very young. But first of all, within Tenmak, we have a corporate structure. We have coordination offices, we have presidencies, and they have communications within each other. We are working really well together within the institution, but of course that is true for our stakeholders as well. The third pillar is our stakeholders, you precious stakeholders. So the third pillar is about working with you on top of the first 2 pillars. We are excited and happy to work with you. So we have these stakeholders, we have energy stakeholders and those from other industries, and you're more than welcome. Hydrogen. Yes. I'd like to share with you good news about hydrogen, and I'd like to also talk about our strategy document. Our strategy document is ready. Energy and Policy Department of our presidency prepared it, and it was submitted to our minister. Hopefully, in a short while, we will announce it to the public. Hopefully, we will do it before the year is out. It is at the very final stage. Obviously, Mr. Minister, a short while ago, joined the Antalya Energy Summit, where he talked about our institution and emphasized it. We have goals here. We want to do 2 gigawatts by 2030, 5 gigawatts by 2035, and by 2053, we want to increase further. So this is one of the most important goals of our strategy document for hydrogen. Of course, you are our biggest stakeholder on this journey to achieve these goals. I have other good news, actually, as part of the strategy document. Hopefully, you will know about that when the document is public. The other good news is the following. As you know, last year, we have made a call for the first hydrogen implementation in Turkey, and now we have this call, this widespread call, this public call that welcomes all stakeholders for hydrogen. Up until February, you are all welcome to come and talk with us and negotiate. The call has a second section, carbon capture, which you mentioned, carbon capture technologies. Again, this one is published as an invitation for the first time. The Mining Research Institute of the Republic of Turkey announced it. So basically, I would invite you to go into the details of our call, and we would like to talk with you. We would like to host you to discuss as to what we can do. So there's a technical detail to the call as well. So we have 10 kilogram daily capacity of production for hydrogen. In terms of liquefaction and storage, we would like to have those properties as well. And this is what it is about. And in terms of carbon capture, we want 95% efficiency for 1,000 kilogram carbon capture per day. This is first of its kind in Turkey. It makes us very excited, and we are inviting you, the stakeholders, to come and join the call to answer, and we are especially expecting you to join us. TENMAQ is a new structure, but I would like to very confidently say to you that thank God we have TENMAQ right now. TÜBİTAK has shown a story of success, a history of success for working for the Science and Technology Ministry, and the Energy Ministry now has TENMAQ. And with clean energy, our presidency is going to work to pave the way for these policies to come alive. We have a policy document, we have a vision document on our website where we mention how Ataturk declared this vision to reach the level of civilized nations in the world, and this is what we follow. This is mentioned in our vision. So I would like you to come and join us for a collaboration. I'm making this open invitation to the stakeholders. I have so many other questions, but actually there might be questions from the audience members, and if there are any, we would like to respond to them as well. Hello, Tuğrul Başaran from NİMAK. My question is for Professor Canan. I studied hydrogen in Sabancı University back in the day, more than a decade ago. I think it was very much at the very beginning at the time. And then Necat Veziroğlu did some work in Turkey, but it did not really create a lot of ripple effect, as far as I can tell. People working in the conventional energy industry really did not pay a lot of attention to his work, but not a lot of time has passed since. We're just talking about a decade, and we know where we are exactly now. Here's what I say. Even in Europe, both in academia and in the industry, there are suspicions, even by well-respected people. Here's my question for you. So, are there risks still for hydrogen? Is there a point where we'll hesitate and just try to reverse, or do you think there's no point of return anymore? And my second question is, in terms of ammonium, Mert mentioned that, as far as I know, ammonium technologies are better established today. Do you think there is a possibility that the interest in hydrogen can be replaced with interest by ammonium? Where do you produce ammonium from? How do you do it? This is maybe a very quick answer to your question. So the first question, okay, that's multidimensional. We are going through energy transformation, and that will bring about change, and every change involves risk. But yes, okay, let's assume that we're giving up on hydrogen. We don't have any other alternative today, but at the end of the day, I used it in my presentation too. Let's think of Guardian. Just talk about all the hydrogen coverage in the Guardian. Hydrogen is as bad as nuclear. Hydrogen energy actually is a part of nuclear as well, because nuclear energy uses hydrogen as a carrier. Hydrogen is an energy carrier. It can be an industrial raw material. You can use hydrogen as a fuel, but hydrogen is produced from a resource, just like energy. electricity. Hydrogen, okay, how do we produce it? How do we use the resource? How do we store it? It's the same in electricity. But what we say is this. Let's use wind and solar for renewable energy. Putting the chemical industry aside, you need electricity and heat. Hydrogen on its own doesn't really mean anything. On its own, it cannot do anything. I need to turn it into something else in order to heat up my house. What is the biggest advantage here right now? It can enable long-term storage and long-term carriage. There is no better alternative in these regards. And when we think of battery technologies, there are certain disadvantages, for example, overheating, resulting in performance reduction. We don't see that in hydrogen. But at the same time, we're not talking about something entirely pure with hydrogen. There are disadvantages that come with it too. So we're not talking about hydrogen and its alternatives. Of course, we are using power, electrical power. But what do you do for electrical power storage? And how do you carry it? How do you transport it? What kind of a role can hydrogen play there, and how can we support it? It's not about being a fan of a team. Ammonium is going to be produced with hydrogen as well. So the hydrogen necessity as industrial raw material is not going to be eliminated. There are other concerns. Hydrogen can be combustible, but electricity, there is also electrical shock risk there. I mentioned that yesterday too. Of course it'll explode, hydrogen. But we also have natural gas at full capacity, but nobody's talking about the explosion of natural gas. 30 degrees is very luxury, actually, but you know, if I use 30 degrees of heat with natural gas, I do it. What's the difference with Tesla and Edison? Edison says, well, actually, alternative current is bad, he said. Yes, there's electrical shock. Of course, a huge level of advancement has been made with electrical power, and that will be the case with hydrogen too. From Australia to Europe, there is a project underway to transfer hydrogen from Australia to Europe. And then there was an offshore energy conference that I participated in. One person said that one supplier said, well, you cannot turn underwater environment into a cable spaghetti. You need to care about that too. But when it comes to energy costs, we're not talking about the following. Well, shall I buy a new phone? A new model is now available, but my current one is still usable. Maybe that's a very bad example. But let's say I have a fatal disease and I need to take this surgery and it's costly, but I would not say, oh, it's very costly, I'm not going to undergo this surgery. That's not what you say. We increasingly hear at COP summits, who will pay for the risk? Somebody will have to pay the risk. Somebody will have to bear the cost. And that'll be all of us. This is it from me, I guess. Işık Özgen from Lindagaz for Tenmak about blue ammonium. I guess you have a project in the way for that too. So, from what I've seen in the Green Energy Strategy document, Turkey does have a green hydrogen potential. Why? We have solar and wind. But in terms of blue ammonium, you need to have fossil fuel resources in plenty so that you can do the carbon capture and store the produced CO2 the soil. I believe that it's maybe more widespread and more convenient in Gulf countries in Saudi Arabia. But like, for example, hydrogen can be compressed and turned into a very small volume, but it's very difficult to do that. But if you turn that into ammonium, you can transfer in great amounts in ships. In green hydrogen document, are we going to have blue or green predominance there? My second question is hydrogen an alternative? Is that going to be cheaper? Is that the future technology because it's cheaper? No, because we have fossil fuel production, but at the same time we create a lot of greenhouse gases. This is an alternative, can we say, to carbon capture requirements.
Tabii bu bir değer zinciri, aslında bir ekosistem, her biri birbirini besleyen, birbirine sebep olan ve iyiliğe sebep olan bir değer zinciri. Bizim çağrımızda da hidrojen ve karbon yakalamanın bir arada çıkması.
Now call carbon capture and hydrogen. One of the reasons why they are together is that, as you have also given an example, Saudi Arabia and other rich countries investing in carbon capture. One of the reasons for that is to make sure that the current production or generation areas become more efficient. As this is underground, maybe some oil resources which are not discovered yet will be discovered. Of course, green hydrogen is our priority, but of course we do not exclude other colors. We believe that other colors are a part of this ecosystem and are part of this chain. We made a call. According to the numbers given, it may be small, but still, from the public perspective, when support and grant is considered, 50 million TL hydrogen, 50 million TL carbon capture. With our stakeholders, with their support of 20%, this number is going to go even higher. And this is only 2022. We are coming towards the end of the year. In 2023, as you have also mentioned, in line with the strategy paper, we are open to new calls, new projects, and maybe there will be other components. And we will be presenting these even in a faster manner. Currently, I should not be giving any colors, but green is our priority. And green transformation will not be easy. Let me also mention that. There's always a price to pay. Yes, green transformation seems to be costly. Green hydrogen seems to be costly. But still, all our stakeholders, the academia, industry, and the public sector, we should all know that we are a part of this chain. We are all links in this chain, and we are ready to pay the price. Thank you. I also see conceptual things there, environment, greenhouse gas. How do we define them? That's important. But if we are only looking particularly at greenhouse gas emissions, to produce hydrogen, I need to have an energy source and material. Let's say I generate power from panels. It may be for power, for heating, or photon energy, like from the flora and thermal. This is an energy source, but hydrogen has to be captured from somewhere, like biomass, water, natural gas, coal. There should be hydrogen. We have hydrogen as well. It's going to be taken from somewhere, but if we only focus on greenhouse gas emission, let's say I use wind and solar and turn it into heating, and then I output hydrogen from water, but greenhouse gases, it's important where they are located. For instance, ozone is a great gas where the layer is and protects us from cancer. But when it goes all the way down here, it's poisonous. It's not being discussed because water steam emission is not that high. For instance, carbon dioxide is not a bad gas. Without carbon dioxide, this would be like Mars. So it's not about carbon dioxide. It is about the increase, man-made increase. So we have not switched to this. But let's say in a scenario, heating is free of charge and all fuel systems are producing steam. Water steam is a greenhouse gas as well. Yes, but that natural cycle, we are still at the natural cycle. For instance, carbon dioxide is sucked by the plants, but it is not absorbed sufficiently. We can't hear the gentleman, unfortunately, as he does not speak into a microphone. We are sorry. Microphone, please. Well, I mean, carbon dioxide emissions are to be reduced, but as an academic, I should also foresee, I mean, we have to produce information. I have I see two long-term problems. Water resources are scarce, and no electrolyzer works with non-pure water, and it's not plenty. And the second one is water steam or vapor. We have to think whether vapor increase will have repercussions. This is why we are working with energy transformation, because an urgent decision we make today will have repercussions in the next 30, 40 years, and this should not be a price to be paid by future generations. So desalinization for water could be an alternative, like underground water. Rather than using underground water, saline water or desalinization may be used. Thank you very much. Thank you. I was unable to get an answer. I think hydrogen does not have any alternatives. Yes, true. Yeah. I also say it does not have an alternative. Yeah, it does not. Hello, Yusuf Turan from Enerjisa. I have a question for Mert Bey. Distributed system and feasibility of business models. There are companies working in this regard, and there are some international joint ventures as well. What kind of a transformation is awaiting, and how do you think the position will be by Linde? Let me put it in short, because it takes a lengthy answer. Hydrogen, dear colleague, dear friend, is plenty in the world. It's 75% of our world. So there is hydrogen. We have to extract it. Of course, we divide it into 4 different processes. Production first, storage, transport, etc. There are different ways of transporting. It may be transported as ammonium. That's the most effective way. Hydrogen is at the same time a perfect energy transmitter as an element. Natural gas pipelines, it may be injected with natural gas pipelines and it may be transported as such. And for its storage, there are different technology needs. Liquid form, you may carry it. When compared with gas, liquid is easier. But then again, Linde gas is all around us. For instance, from Texas to Louisiana, we have this 550 kilometers pipeline for this. And in other areas, even in Turkey, we have such technology. Such technologies. We will continue with similar investments we have in South Korea, in China, in the Far East. We take a look at all the segments, but the most effective one to produce at its location, produce on site. We are talking about long pipelines, but production at the site is actually the most preferable. We have manless facilities. We discussed this with Emre Bey. We manage them remotely. So Linde has the know-how and the infrastructure. So without transportation, we may produce on-site and then transport. It may be a train station or a mobile station. We may support it as such. But as we take a look at the big picture, what you said is important. Germany will have great hydrogen requirement by the year 2030. Hydrogen will be required immensely by Germany. So we have to sign these projects like blue ammonium. We have to produce renewable energy. Hopefully with Enerjisa, we are going to have a great collaboration. So the tenders have already started in Europe. EU is opening up tenders, and the most recent war shows that energy dependency is high. So Turkey has an important role to play. We believe in this. I have given a general answer to your question, but then again, we should not miss this opportunity as a country. This ecosystem should include public-private partnerships as well as the academia and universities. Because Turkey is a peninsula, we say the wind, the solar, Turkey has great potential. We have it all, so we have to benefit more from this. Hopefully, yeah. Yes, please. This is Gerald from Telmak. Blue and green hydrogen, between the two, I can say that from carbon emissions perspective, the difference is not huge and we should use our own resources. So blue hydrogen we should consider. That's my point. My question is for Mert Bey. As you know, in the sector, especially in the US, Joe Biden signed a document and green certificate. They have started putting a green certificate to the forefront and they are pushing the sector for that. So green hydrogen, if green hydrogen has a price, this price is going to be volatile in the upcoming term because the sector should focus on this so that green certified products are to be exported. So how do you see this process? Great question. Thank you for this. The most difficult thing is pricing. That's the most difficult thing. 12, 13 euros per kilogram has gone up to 30 euros. Of course, production methodology is important. It will mainly be blue. We always talk about green, but for green, we have, of course, incentives are important, grants are important, sponsorships are important, but it will mainly be blue. And the difference is that it's only 5% of a difference when you come to look at it. 95% you capture, 5% is released. It's at its source because it's renewable. How we see it is as follows. The market is going to determine this, and of course, the developing technologies will determine it. For instance, alkali and PEN. For PEN, for instance, as Linda, we have 25 megawatts of one unit, and we are planning to have another 200 megawatts in 2 years' time. Single electrolyzers with a capacity of 200 megawatts. Maybe then the price will be reduced, but for the time being, as you have also suggested, the cheapest one is 12-13 euros, and that's mainly for the transportation sector. I don't know whether I was able to answer your question. For the future plans, they don't disclose their future plans, but it's on the forefront. Yeah, it's unknown to us as well, but production and supply at its source would be advantages so that capturing, storage and transportation would be more affordable. We have examples in Çorlu, Kocaeli and Düzce, 3 international industrialists. We are producing hydrogen at its source and then feeding in the lines. I'm very sorry to interrupt, but I have to wrap up. I would like to wrap up. I think there's a break now up and coming. So if you like, you may continue with further questions during the break. Thank you very much for your participation. I'd like to thank each and every one of you. I would like to thank our participants as well. Thank you very much. I also took many notes, and this has been the hottest topic for debate. We've been here for the last 2 days, so everyone is enthusiastically asking questions. So carbon capturing technologies, we will discuss more, blue ammonium and hydrogen, and whether hydrogen has any risk, and how are we going to eliminate that, and the source of hydrogen, as the distinguished academic mentioned, is extremely important. We were here as the public and private sector. This is very important. That's very valuable. Thank you very much. Now we are going to break now. After the break, we'll be back in the room. And after, I'm going to give the details once we are out from the...
Evet, Fiziksel Varlık Yönetimi Konferansı'ndan tekrar merhaba. Enerjisa Üretim İstanbul
Welcome
ofisinde.
back to our afternoon session. We are at Istanbul office. We are starting with the afternoon session. We will be focusing on performance management at the power stations, digitalization, data analysis, and the impact of data analysis on business models. We will be discussing productivity as well. After the presentation of the panelists, we will be having a discussion and Q&A session, and then we will be connected to Mr. Soydan for his keynote speech. So we have two panelists at this panel discussion. From Enerjisa, we have Deputy General Manager Ali Ünal, welcome sir, and Enerjisa Upstream Hydroelectrical Power Management and Technical Support. Have an enjoyable session. Thank you. Hello, welcome. Welcome. We are going to discuss digitalization and power stations, power plants, performance management. I would first of all like to thank everyone who contributed to the realization of this great program. It has been an enjoyable 2 days and the rest will follow. So digitalization is what we are going to discuss. Your expectation may be more into digital, but we are going to focus on the current practices. Of course, applying digitalization to the technology is easy, but instead proceeding or advancing with this is the difficult part. As Alper mentioned, this is not a momentary thing, it is a process. And in order to internalize and in order to settle it down, there needs to be a cultural change. In this digitalization journey, of course, technology and technological infrastructure have a role to play, and data maturity and data structures have to be at a certain level, and there is also the analysis and forecasts, and then this takes us to even more advanced technologies, machine learning and AI, etc. But basically, what we discuss here is a cultural change. First of all, let's start. Would you please tell us what digitalization is? What are the right definition of that and what wouldn't be right? We has come up to our agenda along with computers. We've been using it for the last 40 years, but it is more than carrying things to the computer screen. Nearly at all households, we have computers and digital tools. Digitalization is actually a process that creates added value, and the business unit should be at the heart of it. As digitalization journey starts, it is this team that puts forward this process. In order for a process to be permanent, before and after and during, whatever elements are included before, after and during should also be included. Another sine qua non is IT and technology team. Whatever is desired to be done should be done on the right platform. There should be exchange of information, exchange of ideas. This should be calculated and assumed in advance, and then this is how the journey should start, because with their absence, after all, these journeys will be left interrupted. But with other processes developed, the business grows and other processes are included, and interconnectivity kicks in. Otherwise, it is not going to be connected to anything and it's going to be dumped. So it's a matter of team and culture. And there's data analysis. At this stage, I would like to turn to you. Data focusedness and data analysis. Why are these concepts so important and why have they entered into our life? Well, decisions have started to be data-focused rather recently, and desires and aspirations are based on data and data analysis.
Bütün analistlerin yaklaşımda veri temelli karar vermeyi daha doğru bir noktaya koyuyor. Diğer taraftan da burada kritik
At the same time, there is something critical here. Data is not eliminating the importance of human experience. The correctly structured data doesn't surpass experience. It just speeds things up and it acts as a keystone, but at the same time, it does not eliminate human beings. So putting data at the heart of the job is important, but it's critical to not consider it as the job itself. When we think of the Industry 4.0 and also IoT technologies, with these expanding further and further, we have connective assets that are produced even in seconds. They're becoming very large in number. So data-driven decisions are becoming the currency of the day. What we're talking about here are multidimensional. So you have accumulated data, you have historical analyses of the data, but at the same time you have predictive analyses. You have machine learning and prediction. That's the place we're going. So in data-driven decision making, there's a certain culture. You generate data, classify it, make it secure, and democratize it. You make it available to everyone. These are all very, very critical issues. But at the same time, if after all of these are ensured, when we correctly analyze the data, when we evaluate the data, that's fine. But otherwise, we just transfer everything that we do to data itself. So we're making progress with machine learning and digital twinning. It all depends on what kind of data we start with and how we use it and how we put data into the heart of what we do. So at the moment of decision making, you can look at data and carry on, but that could also create a lot of deception. Based on what I've just said, I would like to ask Alper Serçe about what you do about data access, data democratization, and how this culture is established within the organization in Enerjisa production. So you're a leader in the organization, and what would you like to say to us about the way things work? In data analysis, data is inevitably the most indispensable part. So you have actually data produced in a single day today. That's more than the entire data that was produced in the year 1950. Yes, we produce data, but they need to be in the right architecture so that we use them in the right way. So you need to have the right architecture and the right classification. That's only done if you want to make meaning out of it. And then data storage comes into play. So what do we mean by that? Unclassified data will create hurdles in data access. Okay, some access cannot be accessible to people because they're private. That's why we need to think of data on its own. You need to record it in a certain system, and you need to start the authorization process within a certain architecture. Authorization is about usage. Usage for us is critical because it's all about using the data and utilizing that data. There are several ways to follow here. Some organizations classify the data and generate several main reports to manage the organization, but we chose the difficult path. And when we started the journey with the IT department, we started the licensing process for the entire country's operation. So our certain data that we have are accessible by the entire country staff. And then we offered training to our employees. And when we think of what we've done, we don't have any engineer that cannot carry out the basic capabilities with data. And actually, when I looked at other countries' organizations and their engineers, they just look at several data sheets of plans, but our employees have gone much further than that. So we have reached a whole new level, and reports are now data-driven, and we have data adoption. So operational excellence is where we have come to. So there are situational analyses, and our employees can choose so many different options to increase their efficiency. So we're talking about data generation and data utilization. But at the same time, there is cultural change that you need to generate. So what does that mean in our daily life? What is that going to change in our lives? Well, I mentioned it in the beginning. You have data, you have reports, and you produce analyses, but that's not enough on its own. You need to have experiences that should inform your decisions. And this is about transformation in work culture. Maybe you need to consider the pre and post synchronization. So before synchronization, what used to happen, and what's happening since then. Well, before Synchron, Enerjisa production had a certain maturity level in data storage and utilization. But just like you've said, in terms of classification, democratizing the data, there were certain gaps to be filled. So with the industry's evolution, it's now reached a whole different level. But the reality is that maybe we can thank people working at Synchron, so they really took the company forward. Before Synchron, when you had a switchboard operator that worked in a certain way, the way that people work today at switchboards, it's completely different. So there used to be these different screens, but now there are instantaneous data that are flowing on SCADA screens. Now, we have data analysts, data scientists almost, that just see and read and interpret the data. They're not just working on instantaneous work, they're also guiding what can happen in the future. So this is a critical maturity level. Without Synchron, wouldn't that have been possible? Well, actually, without Synchron, we could have reached a certain level, but there are certain differences in different locations, and we couldn't have possibly eliminated the differences in that part. And at the same time, we're not only making instantaneous decisions. There are certain repairs and maintenance work that needs to be taken care of. We need to predict certain pieces of work, and that could be just a failure in the future, and that could be just a maintenance order to place. We need to predict all of that. And we are really coming from so-called kitchen of how this is done. So our employees look at the data and make the decision. So we're talking about this culture change that was introduced by Synchron to our company, and I think it is felt all across the company. I'd like to move on to performance management right now. Synchron was a milestone for us. I just wanted to talk about the pre and post synchron work, but what has changed in our lives in terms of operations and performance? Just like you've said, things have changed with the data. In performance management, we used to have a different story. All the processes would be completed, all the jobs would be completed, and then retrospectively, we would go back and check out, evaluate our performances. And then we would predict our performance in the future. But now we use data infrastructure, data architecture to do that. We have a solid infrastructure, but of course there are certain nuances. Every team might run the risk of being misinterpreted by another team in terms of their data, because of course there used to be certain differences and in different switchboards and in different operations. What happened was that with increased data, we had a need to find more reliable results. We have about 90,000 data, and now we have 150,000 data in SCADA. We analyze those. We create non-SCADA alarms, about 3,000. So when we look at all of those data, we cannot really find them in other places. We look at performances and the levels of the equipment, and you can gather so much out of the data. So we have control systems out in the field. After the change, after the parameters are put in place, when you employ things on the system, you start analyzing the trends without waiting for things to happen. So what you do is to take action the moment the performance goes down, not after the performance has gone down considerably. So in the past, we would look back at our performance and try to make meaning out of it, but now we're looking at current data and shaping our future. And of course, we set certain standards to do that, and then we also have AI and machine learning results too. Machine learning and AI are very much the currency of the day. Is that really the destination, or is it just a means to an end, do you think? Well, AI is just also a maturity level. We've discussed all of these, and they are all fed by these elements. Without reaching these maturity levels, you cannot reach maturity in machine learning or in AI. But it is not correct to assume that you can use machine learning and AI everywhere. Again, human experience comes into play. Right place, right time, right people, and right analysis, right data. They're all very critical. And I'd like to take a step further than this. So if you leave all decisions to machines, moving the human touch, human intervention completely away, it might even be dangerous. We're talking about asset security. We're talking about human security. It could create compromises in all of these areas. That's why machine learning and AI are also maturity levels, and these are all about how human beings should make decisions and orient things in a certain direction. Machine learning can be just a point of departure, or a means to an end, or a destination, but at the same time, in recent years, along with AI, we're talking about explainable AI. So, what is the difference between AI and explainable AI? On a basic level, AI makes certain decisions, but the machine machine cannot really document the justification for those decisions. You just have a black box, an input and an output, but we don't know why that decision was taken, and that was not explained. So for many years, actually, scientists explored and worked on this aspect. Now we are talking about explainability in AI decisions that not only involves human experience, getting humans involved whenever there might be a danger, and there's also an ethics side to it, AI ethics side. It takes us to a different level. So when we're talking about machine learning and AI, it's not only about our achievement there, we're talking about explaining them. We're talking about blending them with human experience and taking them to a different level. That is how we take steps towards maturity. So after machine learning and AI, let me also put it this way. The most costlier and critical areas are maintenance and repair. There is advanced monitoring in energy industry that we can employ, and these are all fed by what we have discussed so far. How can we benefit from them? To what extent can we benefit from that? How can we make use of ACM for reliability? And what kind of a correlation do you see there? ACM and RCM are important. Of course, they are important for all industries. That's a huge importance and cost, but for the energy industry, it has a different significance. Electricity is immediately consumed. It is produced, and with transmission lines, it is immediately consumed. The storage is just a very new concept with battery technologies. But for a while, we're going to produce and consume it immediately. This brings along a hugely different new concept into energy producers. So, availability. We're talking about making this energy available at the moment it is requested. So, this is not only about maintenance, we're talking about opportunity. If you lose an opportunity, it might be costlier than maintenance. So you need to have the right time, right place for maintenance with the right amount, and it's very, very important. RCM is reliability-oriented maintenance. So we have all the equipment and we want to do maintenance on them, but you don't have to do maintenance at the same level all over. Some components might be vital, some components might not be. So you need to make the right classification. So in the past, there used to be catalogs by equipment manufacturers. So what we did was to look at the manufacturers' catalogs and create a path forward for maintenance. Sometimes what we did was to put more than necessary effort, more than necessary money into maintenance work. But that was the state of affairs for a very long time. With about 1980s, an engineering perspective came into play. You can use FMEA, classify errors, look at the errors results, and then you can create a maintenance scheme for you, but that was costly. You need to really have competent engineers to do that. But now we have something different, ACM. Thanks to ACM, with trained personnel and with classified data, you can take a huge system and do FMEA, but we're not doing that. We are now looking at thousands of data and check that out online. Even if you exert all of your engineering capabilities, what we do is we adjust and correctly classify the data, and we have continuous monitoring. We have 200 condition monitoring systems now with Synchron. When there is a problem, there's instant alarm appearing on the screen. we're talking about an immediate level of notification. And that very immediately puts us on the path of RCM evolution. So you have the operational maintenance data of a power plant. Now we have the predictions as to when to do the maintenance, maybe for the summer, maybe in the spring, and you need to dovetail the financial aspect to it. And that brings along digital twinning. I know that Ali has a special interest in digital twinning. That's why I'm giving the floor back to him. Well, let's talk about why we have this right now. So at the Physical Assets Conference last year, I moderated the digital session. Just like in many technical areas, some concepts really lose their meaning, and we like that. Digital twinning, unfortunately, is one such concept. Players in all different industries have the enthusiasm to create digital twinning, to launch it, and to benefit from its marketing opportunities. But at the same time, digital twinning, if we're talking about substance in digital twinning, maybe that's really one of the apogees, one of the peaks of maturity. If you want to be there, you need to build on top of all that we have discussed so far. And you need to have many more other components. Digital twinning, when it has substance, yes, it would have historical analysis, yes, it would have current situation analysis and future prediction, but it would also have simulation engines. It would also have risk analyses. All of those are involved as a whole. So you have an asset, a physical asset. We're talking about a digital copy created for that asset. So you have ACM-generated data. With that performance, where you would predict the system might break down, with weather changes, you make the predictions on how you need to move ahead and how you can create different analyses for risk at different scenarios. So for that, you need way more data than you might imagine. You need to have the right correlation for that. Risk engines would have the right working method. All of these different concepts should be modeled in the very right way. So yes, digital twinning is critical. It needs to be the path to go to. But when we look at the industry, on an Excel spreadsheet, you have just a pivot table, and then some companies say, well, we have done digital twinning. That's why Enerjisa production has a maturity level close to digital twinning, but at the same time, I cannot say that we have the entire substance of digital twinning. I cannot say that we are fully implementing it technically. On the other hand, of course, the industry probably has us closest to it. So digital twinning is a place where we need to look into what's going on. We should look in the book and see where we can go.
Geleceğini konuşmak istiyorum. Senkron artık kabına
At this
sığmıyor.
point, I'd like to talk with you the future of Senkron. Senkron is growing quite fast. Well, let's first take a look at the initiation of it. How did we start with Senkron? Our power stations. We have 12 hydroelectrical stations, 4 in Maraş, 1 in Seyhan, 1 in Trabzon. We have hydropower stations. We wanted to manage them all from one single point, and we wanted to do this all from Istanbul, and by doing so, we would create synergy. And then we were at the edge of moving, and we wanted to design it accordingly, and then it reached such a different level. It is hydropower It is a system in which we enter all the data for all the power stations. That's how we started. And suddenly, Senkron started creating added value. What does that mean? Stopped, entries, secondary services, everything is managed from one single source. So we started creating something with a different dimension, and our software started becoming joined. The dispatcher data has been merged with the digital data, and once we saw the benefit of that, we asked ourselves whether we could add the wind to that. Energisa has the wind turbine, so within Energisa we integrated them. So RGS and Akhisar are in the transition process to be a part of Senkron. So we started proceeding in that respect. But actually, the added value came with data. As Senkron entered into our lives with the thermal station data, 20 stations initially. When we put the data on top of one another, it became a data analysis system. We wanted to see whether we were creating any added value with the shift and everything. It started creating added value. It is now at a different level. As we said 2 years ago, together with you, against the pandemic, we had a benchmark from abroad. We wanted to also see the control rooms of OEMs and other benchmarks. We were discussing that 2 years ago, but 2-3 weeks ago when we went there, companies are now coming to Senkron to see what we are doing. They are coming all the way from Europe. So we made a difference. We apparently made a difference. And where we made this difference, actually, we wanted to determine where the added value is. We conducted some workshops, and I can clearly say that an energy company may be an expert in producing power, but digitalization takes another type of feed and infrastructure. A technology company is to develop software and infrastructure, but without the sectoral information, that wouldn't make the company earn anything. But Energisa is bringing the two elements together. It's a different culture, and it is vertically developed. It's quite specific know-how. These muscles developed vertically. As far as we know, based on our own experience, research, and benchmark, we don't have many other examples similar to this. There are many more opportunities. We're looking into those opportunities. At this point, we should proceed with the following. Will Senkron be delivering this as a service? Yes, of course, but many digital services and products have developed together with Senkron. What do you think is the future holds for Senkron? As you have also mentioned, the operation, the culture, in order for this culture to cultivate IT and digitalization, we invested heavily in these areas for the last 3-4 years, uninterruptedly against all the economic conditions. We are determined to continue with this investment. And at this point in time, where we have reached this maturity level, as we made an evaluation 1 year ago to see how mature the system has become, we have this. We have our own models. We have our own software. We have our own services which we develop them, which we are benefiting from, and these may very well be used and located at other power stations other than those of Energisa. The biggest difference that Energisa is making is that with its internal know-how, Energisa is bringing together the accumulation of knowledge in the field, and the IT and digitalization team are, of course, harvested with this culture, and that's how they come up with this specific output. It was obvious. Senkron Digital Services, we decided to go in this direction, and in line with this decision of ours, we have 4 main areas of service. These are business transformation, data services, platform services, and cybersecurity. These are the 4 main areas of service. And our services, digital services, will be delivered to different stakeholders and different companies. We are on the verge of doing that, be it power station operations and management, be it market and portfolio management, products and services and models that we develop. We are looking for ways of accompanying other companies in a secure way as they go digital. We are taking serious steps, and we have even started taking the results of that. And one final thing we can talk about is cybersecurity, since we are talking about data and digitalization. For the democratization of data and services, one question comes up to mind. What about security? How secure are these systems? Rather recently, as we made an evaluation of the third quarter of 2022, I checked the report, and energy is included in top 3 when it comes to vulnerability. States and governments, number 1 for cyber attack, understandable. Number 2, telecommunication network, and number 3, energy companies and utility companies. Imagine banking, technology, there seems to be more and more sectors which you will think are more vulnerable, but they are behind the energy sector. So this indeed is a challenge on the shoulders of the energy sector. How can we manage that? We asked ourselves. We are providing security services to 22 power stations of ours. We are looking for ways and means of reinforcing these partnerships so that we may ensure security of our partners as well. OT Security Operations Center, Operational Technologies Information and Data Center will be established. We started as the HQ to work on that. It will work with different SSQs 24/7, just like Tenctron, and we will focus on OT security of companies. We are switching to the system. And there are many stakeholders who would like to set forth on this journey together with us. We are having talks with them. We are having joint work. Our priority is that is that OT provided by other companies and services? Yes, of course it is. Are there companies to create added value in OT? Yes, indeed. Specifically in the energy sector, even there are such companies. But on the other hand, none of the people that conduct these operations are people originally from the energy sector. Warning, probable risks, vulnerabilities are taken care of by generic OT information or typical conventional IT people. So our starting point was that, yes, IT and OT muscles have to be strong. We have such strong muscles in the team, and the operators that are in the system, they are doing this in a day-to-day business. They are running the power station in a day-to-day business, and they are in charge of the OT as well. So they can take care of your assets and your OTs with an unexpected warning. Is it a real warning, or is it indeed a big risk for the security of your asset? Analysis of that may not be done by an OT or IT person. Someone who knows about the power station operations will be more eligible to do that, and this is indeed a valuable asset. This takes you to such a level that you will be able to avoid more false positives. So as I've said, in these 4 areas, our work continues, and we are going towards quality output. It actually is taking us to a totally different level in our journey. This creates incredible synergy. And at the same time, this shows our employees that geographical changes, capability changes, reskilling, upskilling for these new technologies are on the forefront. So our personnel who used to work in a totally different area, operating, running the power stations, Some of them have become OT professionals. That's indeed very valuable. Thank you very much for your attention. Last 5 minutes, I suppose. If you have any questions, we'll be more than happy to get them. Otherwise, we'd like to thank you for your attention. Please find us during the breaks if you have questions. Thank you.
Evet, Ali Bey, Alper Bey çok teşekkür ederiz.
Ali Bey, Alper Bey, thank you very much for your valuable insight. Digitalization, just like sustainability, requires a cultural change, transformation. We have heard that from you. Democratization of data. That's also critical. Thank you very much for that. And data security, ensuring data security. That's also very important and is on the forefront as a concept. Now, we continue with Professor Uğur Soytaş, who is going to tell us about another critical issue, sustainable and sustainability approaches, CCSK, Climate Mitigation and Society. Here we will have our keynote speech now to be delivered by Professor Soytaş. Welcome, distinguished professor. How are you? Thank you. How are you? Fine, thank you. We are looking forward to hearing from you. We are here in Istanbul at the HQ. This is the main central office for Enerjisa Upstream. We are looking forward to listening to you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Herkese merhabalar.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I would especially like to extend my thanks to Enerjisa team for inviting me and for organizing this event. Yes, well-being economy is going to be on the focus of my speech. Climate change and sustainability policies. From the scientific perspective, what the dominant approaches are, what the alternatives are, and which countries use these alternative models. Denmark is one to mention. And Denmark has a certain approach when it comes to these policies. And further on, I will be telling you about a specific project, carbon storage and capture, namely. This is going to be the outline of my presentation. Now,
İklim değişikliği problemi.
To start with, we have the climate change, and on a global scale, this is one of the major issues we're confronted with on a global scale. Simple research shows that if we don't do anything about climate change, the following cost will show up. Cost of doing nothing, you see on the screen. Cost of ending climate change and stock of global financial assets. Cost of doing nothing is quite high. It varies between 150 and $792 trillion. If we are to eliminate climate change altogether, and climate change altogether, including carbon capture and green transformation, it will bring a cost of $50 trillion. And by the year 2030, if we are to take a look at the global financial assets by 2030, it's $300 trillion. 1/3 is in assets management and private pension. And these funds, in general, also allocate some space for green transformation, but it's less than 10%. So as an economist, I can say that we do have the financial resources. However, these resources have to be allocated and channelized in the right manner. When I am to say that this $300 trillion, let's say $100 trillion are drawn from the system and dedicated to climate change. That's not possible, of course. The systems and economies are connected to this, and everything may be upside down, the whole system. So we would like to see how we may steer and lead these resources within the system. And as a result of this effort, what should be the target? We have to reflect on these. First of all, we do have the resources, let's say. How are we going to distribute these resources? How are we going to allocate them? As an economist, allocation is challenging as far as I can see as an economist.
yöneleceksek eğer
If
bu
we are to focus on climate change,
hangisine öncelik vereceğiz?
if
Mitigation mı?
we allocate resources, which one will be prioritized, mitigation or adaptation? Current scientific research
Bilim adamları arasında
and current scientific researchers and scientists say that mitigation and adaptation are replaceable with one another. If we are to eliminate climate change altogether, we don't need to allocate any space for adaptation. Then we will go with mitigation, or vice versa. We will continue with mitigation and no need for adaptation. Actually, these are not interchangeable. We have gone beyond that point where we could make a preference. We have to take care of both. Both of them have different dimensions in the sense that mitigation is about carbon emission reduction on a global scale. This is the problem, mitigation, and adaptation is a localized problem. Rising of the sea level, because of the rise in sea level, evacuation sometimes may be, or relocation of people by the shores may be considered. These are local solutions. As for mitigation, again, maybe we are trying to use local solutions like carbon market, but it is about reducing the problem on a local level. But we wonder whether these local solutions are to provide solutions for the problem at a global level. We have to ask it. Secondly, climate change is the biggest problem, but it's not the one and only one. Sustainable development goals, as you know, we have hunger, we have migration, we have disease, disorders, we have healthcare, we have equality, and we have some social issues. It's not only economical or environmental. Many of these are interrelated with climate change and interrelated with one another. Resources. In order for us to use our resources properly, we have to see the connections between these problems. Are we missing the whole forest as we focus too much on a tree? These questions, such questions, we really have to think hard. Current scientific approach actually holds a narrow scientific view. Nordhaus is the father of integrated assessment models. He is a Nobel laureate, and I have taken this reference from him because he's a prominent figure. As you see, integrated assessment model, IAM, starts with economic activities. Economic growth leads to carbon dioxide emissions that causes climate change, that brings along ecological and economic impact, and in order to reduce this impact, climate change policies are to be adopted like cap and trade, carbon taxes, and regulation. And in the end, we come back to economic growth again.
Bu yaklaşımın integrated assessment modellerinin kendi içinde bir takım teknik problemleri var, kritikleri var.
Integrated assessment models have some internal critics. For instance, utilitarian benefit functions are used when next generations are considered, what the discount amount should be. That's still debatable. It was a long debate for years. But then again, in the integrated assessment model, there are some gaps as well. For instance, the ecological and economic dimensions of climate change are being discussed, but not necessarily the social impact. Similarly, for climate change policies, there is only mitigation included, no adaptation. Thirdly, climate change policies have economic, ecological, and social dimensions. We know that, but these are neglected as well. Let me shed light on this with an example how social issues kick in. For green transformation in Europe, there are some critical minerals that are put forward, and the supply of these minerals is from third world countries. As green transformation accelerates in Europe, yet greenhouse gas emissions are reduced in Europe. However, the environmental regulations are not that tight in these third world countries, and mining operations there have not really prominent reputation, especially when it comes to environment friendliness, environment protection, and occupational health and safety. Not only occupational health and safety, but also they employ children, and they employ slaves, and it deepens social issues even further on. The green transformation of Europe may trigger that. Integrated assessment models are neglecting this wider perspective. And it has a mentality which functions in a vacuum effect. Actually, climate change with other SDGs, climate change is in interaction with other SDGs, social developments and social issues are sometimes on the forefront, more on the forefront. For instance, carbon tax in some countries is delayed because of social rejection. It is cancelled altogether. Yellow investments have emerged in France, and there is general resistance against such taxation. So it's not possible to be active.
Yaklaşımın, bu vakum içerisinde gördüğümüz ekonomik sistem yaklaşımının.
So when we think of that economic system in a vacuum, the biggest problem lies elsewhere, actually. Like I've said before, the goals are just economy-oriented. At the end of the day, we're just running the economic policies. We take economic growth as the benchmark of ecological protection. When we have this classical economic discipline in climate change policy proposals, these disciplines still takes the predominant place. But what is the alternative to that? There is ecological economy. That is not a subcategory, subdiscipline of economy. It is a new emerging discipline. It includes and actually goes beyond issues such as biodiversity. And it says, let's define the problem together. Let's solve the issue together. Nothing works in a vacuum. The economic system is a part of an ecological system. And there's also the society. So there are certain economic models that look like they're working in a vacuum, and we cannot produce solutions with that. Ecological economy has a very big contribution. Rather than economic goals, it prioritizes social welfare goals. What is social welfare? Social welfare in economy, in economics, is defined by benefit functions. It's about the consumption of services and products produced in an economy. Especially when we think of Stiglitz, an important economist, the total market value of products and services made in the market is a very problematic source because it overlooks distribution and fairness, and it cannot be set as a goal for a society's advancement. Secondly, what is social benefit? What is it not? It's not something that concerns only the current generation. It concerns the future generations as well. That's why we're talking about sustainable economic growth that needs to be taken into consideration. And the third approach is the hedonic perspective. Hedonic well-being mostly puts it forward that you have increased pleasure in consumption and move away from harmful effects. And then there's eudaimonic welfare. What that means is that an individual has a right to lead a respectful and decent life. Hedonic and eudaimonic perspectives looked like they were mutually exclusive up until very recently, but in the last decade, they're used together in order to create a goal for social welfare. So you have eudaimonic and hedonic sustainable social welfare. If you measure it, how do you use it? Are there any countries where this can be observed? Wellbeing Economy Alliance is an alliance that includes 5 countries. They are relatively small countries in terms of population. They have small populations. That's why certain policies may be implemented far easier in such countries. But in New Zealand, when we look at the data from 2019, the state budget
çocukların zihinsel sağlığı
had a certain allocation for children's mental health and minorities' equal rights. They were fundamental goals of the budget. Economic goals were far down on the bottom list, on the list. So social goals take the priority in such countries. Denmark can be considered a part of this alliance, actually, because the approaches that they take are very similar. They're not formally a part of this alliance, but I'm going to mention Denmark shortly in terms of socioeconomic impact and social welfare. Let's talk about what they do.
Belirli bir politika var 2021'de.
In 2021, a specific policy was defined as Finance Act, Innomissions. So it combines innovation and mission.
Parlamentoda yer alan bütün partilerin
So all parties in the parliament unanimously voted to pass this act. 700 million crowns were allocated for this. Denmark is a small country, they said.
azaltımları bütün dünyayı etkilemeyecek ama
Our greenhouse gas emission reductions are not going to affect the rest of the world, but we can actually make a change in technology, they said. We can lead the way in technology. And what are these areas where we can lead the way? What are the important ones? How can we approach them? Those questions were asked to create a roadmap. In 2020, when I arrived in Denmark, I had the chance to become involved in this roadmap. And I was involved in certain debates. Of course, they were highly technical and technological, but there was one common denominator. Without economic and social acceptance, these policies would not work. So they determined 4 missions. First, carbon capture and storage, green fuels and transport industry, that was number 2, and Priority X and energy islands were part of this mission. Mission number 3 was climate and environmentally friendly agriculture and food production. That includes sustainable food,
plant-based food,
and then circular economy, number 4, especially with a focus on plastics and textiles. But all these missions have a common goal. For example, when you have plant-based food or energy change, all of these have social impact. And without evaluating how the society might respond, these missions will not achieve a result. So I would like to especially talk about the first mission, carbon capture and storage. It's called Bifrost. 2 large-scale projects were accepted and funded. So the goal is to create is to capture and store carbon in an island in the Danish North Sea by using existing infrastructure there. So that was the basic goal. It originates from the Danish Energy Technology Development and Demonstration Program. Partners include Danish Underground Consortium, Total Energies, Nordic and Nordsfonden. So this consortium is responsible for land pipelines, and Ørsted is responsible for the sea pipelines. There's offshore and management, and I am a part of the management.
Projeyi kısaca açıklamak gerekirse,
So, briefly, the project can be explained in the following. It is a 30-year project that has 3 phases: offloading and facility, and interim storage includes liquefaction. And you see the current red pipeline. So they are intending to pump the carbon dioxide to Herald. That is planned for the next 7 years. The second phase will include the South Island, Side Arn, and then that's the natural gas reserve, and Tyra, the third one. So all these 3 natural gas reserves will attract the carbon dioxide using the existing natural gas pipeline. So this is just a planned project. It's not achieved yet. So they're going to use the land pipelines, and they're going to use the liquefaction and also the storage facilities in order to collect carbon dioxide from different parts of Denmark. So we're going to have ships, pipelines, and maybe tankers on the land. That's how the carriage will take place. We at DTU, Department of Technology Management and Economics, are a group of 5 people. Professor Jakob Ladenburg works on offshore and onshore wind acceptance. He's widely known in the world. I did input, output, and acceptance work in Turkey, and at the same time, I did economic impact analyses for Coca-Cola in Turkey. So with that knowledge and experience, I am using this background in the social impact analyses for this project. So the project is still on the way. It's just started. We have generated certain data, but like I've said, in terms of economic impact analysis, here's how it looks like. So you collect all the spending data from the project owner. So every spending is defined, where the spending goes to is defined, and then you predict economic fluctuations, how you can calculate economy-wide impact, you make all of that. But because this is not a realized project, that's why the cost is just predictive, and they're just forecasts and there are technical details. That's why we work with Total Energies and DT Offshore experts in order to work on the liquefaction facility capacities and what kind of amount are we talking about in terms of energy consumption. Do we need new ships? Do we need to change existing pipelines? What kind of costs are we talking about for such changes? So we work with these experts in order to come up with the right assumptions. So we take these assumed costs. We have multi-region input-output modeling. We not only use it for Denmark, but we are also talking about Europe and non-Europe impacts as well. So we are calculating the impact both in Europe and outside of Europe.
Hesapları elimde yok.
I do not have the environmental impact results yet. We have just preliminary results. So the first investment is like the pebble, the first pebble that you throw into the sea. Even if that small pebble goes down into the bottom of the sea, the ripple effect carries on. So this project will have direct and indirect economic results, and for the 3 decades ahead of us, they will have OPEX and CAPEX results for Denmark, and we wanted to assume that. So the cost that we assumed is about 6 to 6.5 billion euros, but at the end of the project, it will have a value added of between 12 to 21 billion euros. And it will create, within Denmark, jobs of around 4,000 to 14,000. Again, these are all based on different predictions and different calculations. These are the best case and worst case scenarios. So you see, actually, there's a huge gap between the ranges that we have here, value added and jobs. But like I've said, we had to consider the costs quite generously because we don't have the real cost data. So this is just 10% of the work package that we have. 90%, and maybe the more important part of it, is social acceptance. So the infrastructure that will be used in the project, pipelines, ships, trucks, liquefaction facilities, storage facilities and their locations, and 3 old natural gas reserves, and also onshore geographical properties. All of those are a part of a feasibility project. So there are people that live on the coast, and we need to look into how these people living on the shore will be affected, will be impacted. We have to find that out. So we carried out the first survey last year. I guess we sent it out to 30,000 people. We had about 22% return rate. It's quite high considering the nature of these kinds of surveys. So when we consider the results, it can actually represent the total Denmark population. So we have 2 approaches. What is the general acceptance of the society? And secondly, what is the willingness of society to pay? Social acceptance is a general concept. Willingness to pay may be used more as a policy criterion, because I ask people. So the government wants to introduce extra tax for carbon capture and storage. How much are you willing to pay in tax for this policy? This is roughly what we're asking the people. And this survey also included information experiments, both to answer the questions regarding acceptance and willingness to pay. So here is what it looks like in a nutshell. For carbon capture and storage, we have 4 different categories. So you have open sea, near shore, on land, rural, urban areas, and rural areas. So in terms of general acceptance, offshore carbon capture and storage needs more look like it's more accepted. That is followed by nearshore, and then rural areas, and then that's all followed by urban areas. But people's acceptance of a certain technology usually comes with comparison with other technologies. So we asked about other technologies to the people to find the role of social acceptance. So Denmark leads the way in wind power, and it's very much in use. That's why offshore wind power is very high here in terms of acceptability. As you can see, photovoltaic panels on top of industrial buildings was highly accepted as an idea. On top of that, CCS is accepted in rural and urban areas. That's not too low, but considering wind and solar power, they are quite low in terms of being accepted by the society. And we also asked this question to the people. It was actually a part of the other project. How about photovoltaic cells on agricultural land? Acceptance was very low to that question. Photovoltaic cells, solar power cells were used maybe as a substitute of agricultural production. That's why people did not have a tendency to accept. But we had a wider survey in 2023. We will have a detailed question for this specific issue. Photovoltaic use in agricultural lands, we have Kalyon Holding and Ottugunan. They have their invitations. So we're going to run the DTU management surveys for them. So social acceptance shows general social leaning, but it's not a quantitative metric that you can directly use. The alternative is to ask people, what are your options? How much would you be willing to pay for these options? These are the several other questions that we ask in the surveys. And based on these results, we had two scenarios for people. Capacities of 5 million tons or 10 million tons. So you have people accept about 300 to 500 Danish crowns per year. And for 10 million tons of carbon capture per year, they're willing to pay 600 to 850 Danish crowns.
One of their important early findings is the following, especially in CCS technology knowledge, that has a positive effect in terms of what we offer them, in terms of what they already know. Statistically, it's an important effect.
We will be conducting yet another survey. And during the survey, we are going to focus on monocentric or polycentric policies, which of these is more widely accepted. With the assistance of 3 PhD students, we will be conducting that next year. So I started rather generally, climate change, economic sustainability, and social issues. And as these policies are developed, how is social acceptance and that social welfare cannot be ignored as a concept. I am in defense of that. And these social issues, responding these social issues in Denmark and well-being Economy Alliance this is undertaken, and we are trying to undertake some scientific activities to support that. Hopefully this was interesting for you, and hopefully you will have some takeaways from this presentation. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Uğur Hocam çok teşekkür ederiz. Gerçekten çok farklı
Professor Soytaş, thank you very much. You touched upon various dimensions, different dimensions, climate change and the social impact of climate change. That's very valuable to touch, especially regarding the relationship between Europe and the rest of the world. You touched upon this, how critical mining will be done, how the environmental impact of that mining activity will be, whether there will be child labor, under which conditions they will be employed. We discussed supply chain to a certain extent, mine, how we have these materials and mine. I think this is something we have to underline, our supply chain. We have to follow all the links in the supply chain and make sure that the conditions are acceptable. While being economy, you brought this concept to the forefront, and thank you for that. It is a concept that we have to discuss more, and you also drawn this ecological and economic hierarchy. Thank you very much for this great delivery. Thanks to you, we have learned this. Hopefully, this project will be successful, and of course, it requires a lot of configuring. Thank you very much for emphasizing that. Sending you regards from all the way from Istanbul. Thank you. All the best at your organization. Thank you. Bye bye. Now we are going to break for 15 minutes, and then we will continue with our final panel of the day and final panel of our program, and then with Murat Bey, we will have a closing session and evaluation session. So now is the time for tea and coffee. See you in 15
Evet, öğleden sonranın
Welcome to the final panel discussion of this afternoon and the final panel discussion of our program, today's program. As we draw to a close, we will be discussing the insurance process and the physical asset management approaches that bring added value to the insurance process. This session is going to be in English, so we have added Turkish to fizikselvarlıkyönetimi.com. If you'd like to listen to the panel discussion in Turkish, please select Turkish. Our participants, as for our participants here, if you'd like to listen to this panel discussion in Turkish, please make sure you enter the page and select Turkish. Now, let me introduce my colleagues to you. We have Kıvanç Arı, who is an insurance expert from Enerjisa Upstream. We have Dr. Ceyhun Eren, Risk Engineering and Allianz Technical Director from Allianz Turkey, Cem Öztürk from Marsh Advisory, and Martin Jenkins, who is the Director at Martin Jenkins Power Consultancy Limited. So we will come together again after the panel discussion for the closing. Hope to see you there. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for investing your time with us this Friday afternoon. My name is Kıvanç Arı. I am working at Enerjisa Üretim as an insurance expert at the Department of Asset Management and Sustainability. I am mainly managing with the insurance process of Enerjisa Üretim's both project phase and operational phase insurances, technical risk management, and claims management processes. Today, I will be the moderator of this session, and we have a panel on physical asset management approaches that add value to the insurance process, where we will be talking with our dear guest speakers about insurance and asset management trends that we need to keep our eyes on. Unlike the other sessions of this conference, we will talk more about asset management and physical asset management side of things, other than the conference sessions of this conference, like sustainability. And our goal today is that whatever your role is in the industry, that you will come away with something useful for your business at the end of our session. So here's the format to give you an idea of what to expect during our session. I will kick off our conversation with Martin Jenkins and continue with Dr. Ceyhun Eren, and finally close with Cem Öztürk. And I will make a brief introduction first and then direct my two questions consecutively, which are in line with the heading of our topic. So without wasting more of your time, I'm starting our conversation with Martin Jenkins. Martin, welcome again, and thank you for participating in our conference. Before directing my questions to you, let me make a brief introduction about you.
Thank you.
Before becoming an independent risk engineer and founding his own risk engineering company, Martin has worked in the power generation industry throughout his career. He has a great experience in engineering risk management, risk reduction programs, and asset management for most types of power generation technology. Our company's crossing paths with Martin actually dates back to 2008 for risk engineering surveys of Bandırma 1 gas-fired power plant project. And since then, Martin has regularly visited nearly all the assets of Enerjisa Üretim during both operational and project phases. So Martin, since you have improved the risk profile of around 50 power plant construction sites and dozens of operational ones during your career, could you please give us your insights about how asset management of power generation equipment can add value to the insurance process and improve the insurance risk profile of assets? And secondly, can risk engineers add value to a power generation company's asset management?
Okay, thank you very much, Kıvanç. And I'd like to thank Enerjisa for this very kind and generous offer to ask me to come here for this conference, and it's very much appreciated. Before I get into the detail of answering your questions, which I will come to, first of all, I'd like to just give a bit of a brief outline to what we do when we do risk engineering on site, why we do it. It's usually the underwriters, a policy requirement of underwriters it's not, when you're insuring a power plant, it's not like insuring a car where you fill a form in and pay the premium and forget about it. Obviously, there are a lot of very potentially inherent risks with power plant. You've got explosive gases, high voltages, high temperatures, etc., rotating machinery. And losses do occur, and with hindsight, that wonderful thing, hindsight, we can look back and think that these things could have been prevented. So we like to come on site and use a bit of foresight or anticipation. So we usually spend a day or two on site, and we do a full survey of the equipment, checking the plant equipment, review procedures, documentation, interview people. And at the end of the survey, we usually make some recommendations to improve the risk profile. Now, we know, obviously, I know, Energesis is a very, top, very professional company. We have very high standards, but as somebody alluded to in the last presentation, we want to create an atmosphere and a culture of continuous improvement. So I see risk engineering as being part of that. We usually make visits every year or every 2 years. Sometimes our recommendations can be a little bit contentious, a little bit more on that later. First of all, as well, I'd like to, it's interesting coming onto a conference like this about asset management, because asset management seems to me to be different things to different people. And what I have in my head is this model here, which is just a generic model. But this is an iterative cycle that engineers and managers that are responsible for a fleet of power equipment will be going through automatically every year. So I'll just really skip through this before I come to your answers, just to flesh this out a little bit. I'm sure some of people like Murat Bey is extremely familiar with this, others maybe less so. So we've got the objectives at 12 o'clock for implementation. These are obviously very high level things that could be legislation, compliance, environmental compliance, corporate company targets. There also could be some things in there from the insurance policy, such as the requirements for complying with certain standards. A typical one is NFPA 850, National Fire Prevention Association. Now, this is an American standard, so you might think, well, what is that? Why are we concerned about that? But obviously, you can call it a gold standard. It's something that is put in a lot of policies, and we often get involved in the application and the interpretation of that. Other examples could be storage conditions, and things like International Tunneling Code of Practice would be another one where we get involved in the interpretation of these standards. Then you've got, coming around the wheel, you've got your key decision makers. We'd expect to see some executive capacity that's responsible for the fleet. Different organisations have got different models. This could be, line responsibility within the direct management, the plant owners. Some others have discrete asset managers, but this to us needs to be visible. And we need to see how the management structure is organised to ensure that all these facets of this cycle are being followed. Also, then moving around, we've got planning and targets. These are a bit more focused in terms of things like availability targets, reliability targets. These are the things that we expect to see. And also this integrates into the annual budget planning cycle. So we like to see how engineering risks are being managed and being prioritised, so that investment decisions are being made in a logical way and in a structured way. Then we move down to the integration phase. This is where the engineers and technicians get more closely involved in carrying out the actual asset management, whether it's maintenance or engineering or overhauls, and we'd expect to see some sort of software packages being used, integrated platforms. Then we want to move on to the actual implementation and operation. This is a day-to-day overview. This is actually how your overhauls are being conducted, who's conducting them, using station staff, are using contractors, and we also want to see there on a regular basis how these smaller outages and breakdowns are being reviewed and managed. Also, I'd also add into that as well, maybe this is a place where our insurance survey recommendations should be considered as well. Moving around the wheel again, we want to see, for a company like Energisa, where we've got some type of continuous improvement system. It could be your own bespoke system. It could be some type of reliability-centered maintenance, Six Sigma, Kaizen, something like that, some type of re-engineering process. And then finally, the performance reviews, which we'd expect to be done by top management. Maybe these are done every year or twice a year with some sort of gap analysis to see where not only the equipment, but the processes by which the equipment's managed are being developed as well. So again, it's part of the, developing the overall asset management process. So that was a very quick run round what asset management means to me. So on to the questions. So how asset management of power generation equipment can add value to the insurance process and improve the insurance profile of assets? Well, for me, it's really about the transparency of these practices that I've just talked about, and the best practices of these different facets of asset management. And they give the insurers and their engineers a peace of mind that the fleet's being managed in the best way possible. So it's very important that these things, we expect them to be going on in an organisation like Energisa, but we need confirmation of that, because as we do know as well, we plan to do things, and then in real life, often something else slightly different happens. So clear ownership of the fleet and the responsibilities are very important. There's a nice expression that we use in English. We call it putting the monkey on somebody's back. So it's clear that problem monkey, whose back is it on? That's what we like, good visibility of that. Again, clear evidence that each stage of the cycle has been followed as a plan and in execution. And the other thing I would say for me, I think all this is equally important, but I like to see some evidence of where a corporation or a business learns, so that the continuous improvement facet is extremely important. So, what are we using? What tools and equipment are we using? Soft tools and equipment are we using to, using benchmarking, best practices, we're using consultants to make sure that we are performing at our best level. Because we know that errors and suboptimal performance creeps into all organisations, whether it's you might make a poor choice of materials or poor choice of the supplier, human errors creep in. So how is this managed, and how do we avoid reoccurrences? So again, back to that point I made before, where is the corporate learning within the organisation? That's hopefully answered your first one. And then, can risk engineers add value to a power generations company's asset management? Yes. Hope you want me to expand on that. How is a good question. How is always a good question. How do we do that? In theory, we shouldn't really need to come on site. If everybody was doing what they're supposed to do, we wouldn't need managers, we wouldn't need engineers. The operators and technicians would just do everything, but life isn't like that. Checking is a really important feature of what managers do for health and safety, but particularly for quality and for standards, achieving standards. One quote which I learned many years ago, it's a management quote, but I think it's something that I'd like everybody to take away with them really when it comes to achieving standards, and that is that the lowest standard that a manager or supervisor accepts, condones or demonstrates, that's the highest standard that an employee will achieve or even aspire to achieve. So just think about that for a moment. So the worst job that I do, or you do, is the best job you can expect from the guys and girls that work for you. I do think that's one of the best pieces of management advice I've learned actually. But no manager can or should attempt to check everything. So internal audits, self-audits, they all have a role to play. as do third-party audits. Now, I think audit's the wrong word for insurance surveys, and I've never really found a better word, but at the end of the day, it's a survey. And where we can add value, as I've said, is in some of the policy requirements, making sure that NFPA 850, 851 is being followed, storage requirements are being followed. And also, we get to know about losses and explosions, fires, incidents. And this learning, we can often help sites and bring that into part of their asset management process. An example, pertinent example here was that in 2009, and I think UGL might remember this one actually, from when we did the insurance engineering for the Ceyhan and Seyhan Basin. We looked at, there was a famous, a really serious loss in Russia at a hydropower plant, Shano-Shushkenskaya, where I think about over 70 people killed, and I think 9 or 10 turbines were written off. But we got hold of those recommendations, and we made sure that they were all applied and put into the engineering for the construction of the Ceyhan and Seyhan hydro projects. So again, that's one of a good example of the way I think in which we can add value. And oh yeah, I'll just touch on insurance recommendations. When we've made these, we like them to be, how are we doing for time?
It's going fine.
Am I okay? Time? Am I okay? Am I going over? Yeah. Thank you. Often they're about compliance. Our recommendations are centered on the insurance policy, compliance, meeting technical standards, achieving best practices, etc. And sometimes it can be a bit contentious. Sometimes we might go outside what is our scope of work. But we do have a duty of care as a human being, as a professional responsibility, as a member of institutions. So we have a duty of care to highlight things. And the other thing I always say is that if we can see something that isn't right, even if it's outside of our scope of work, then and nothing's been done about it, then it's a signal that, well, first of all, wouldn't the owner want to know about it anyway? And it's a signal that maybe some of the less obvious things aren't being looked after as well. So anything that's obvious and stands out, we're always going to flag this up. But we want to make sure that our recommendations are being reviewed regularly by senior management, and the action plans are integrated into the formal work management system so that they get closed out in a timely manner. This is very important to us. And if I've got time, one other point really, this is just a bit of a rant on my part. It's about cost cutting and value engineering. I've got nothing against accountants. They're some of the best people in the world. My father was an accountant, one of my brothers was an accountant, so I've nothing against accountants. But there comes a time in many, many businesses when businesses in decline are under pressure of cost cutting, which I know is extremely important, because I've sat in businesses when we've had to decide almost every day who we can afford to pay, because we've been weeks away from going bankrupt, literally. So I understand that engineers come under a lot of pressure to cut costs. But on that point, there is a rule of asset management, and that is that for every dollar saved that you've saved, either unwisely, unintelligently, or in an uninformed way, that will result in you spending 2 to 10 times that figure in recovering the engineering deficit that you've created. So, thank you for listening. So to summarise, I hope I've shown how good asset management adds value to the insurance process, and how risk engineers can add value to asset management. And thank you very much.
Martin, for your valuable insights. Actually, in front of our audience and the viewers online, I would like to make a compliment about you that your risk engineering survey reports and the recommendations are not only appreciated by our company, but also by the reputable reinsurers who are in the placement panel of our insurance program. Thank you for your contributions to our company. And now I can continue our conversation with Dr. Ceyhun Eren from Allianz. Welcome, Ceyhun Bey. We know that Allianz Sigorta is providing a wide range of risk consulting services for long years. In addition to the insurance services they offered, they are making contributions in raising awareness regarding risk management in Turkey. However, I think the most important contribution Allianz has made recently was that they launched Allianz Technik, which is the first accredited earthquake and fire testing and training center. And in Turkey, following the 2 test centers in Munich, Allianz Technik is the 3rd test center in the world within the Allianz Group. So, Ceyhun Bey, in one of your interviews, you mentioned that this facility is an important step in raising social risk awareness in Turkey. So, could you please give us some brief information about the earthquake and fire test that you conduct at Allianz Technik, as well as hands-on trainings and the certification programs? And secondly, what are your future business plans for raising social risk awareness in Turkey?
Thank you very much for this opportunity and your kind introduction. And maybe I can start with, as insurance companies, insurance sector, we are very much dealing with real claims. So it is very important for us. We are very much benefiting from the real claims. As Mr. Martin mentioned, that lessons learned from the losses are very important. And I think that it is also the base of risk management. There are a lot of discussions about the scope of risk management, but the main issue to me is the timing of risk management. Sometimes risk engineering process could start after certain precautions are made and also certain decisions are made. So we are already late. So I always emphasize that risk management should start even at the design phase of a project, any project. It is valid for mainly all risks. It is valid for earthquake risk. It is valid for fire risk. If you select, for example, a wrong material during the construction of your building in terms of fire safety, then it is not easy to make a recommendation at the end of our reports to change all your sandwich panels, for example, for the entire facility. So we are, as Allianz and as all insurance sector, we are very much on the preventive side because we know the real causes and how to manage these causes in order to prevent future similar losses. So this is also make us learn that raising social risk awareness is very important. So we decided, as you mentioned already in our headquarters in Munich, we have 2 different testing facilities, one of which is making car crash tests, but mainly for to reduce the risks during the car safety, in terms of car safety. And the other one is especially to find out the root cause analysis for renewable energies, and especially to create a much more safer world. And the third one is, which is in Turkey, I guess this is very important for 2 risks, earthquake and fire. I think it is nothing to say about the majority of earthquake risk, which we are experiencing all earthquakes. So every day. And it is for sure that sometimes there are some discussions about the timing of the next earthquake, for example. I think we shouldn't deal with the timing. So it could be now or tomorrow. And what would you do if you know there will be a major earthquake tomorrow? So I think we should think about how to deal with the risk improvement factors. So by knowing that and putting the first priority to raise the social risk awareness, we have established in 2019, late 2019, Allianz Technik Earthquake and Fire Testing and Training Center, but not only a training which is held by the presentations, really by experiencing real earthquakes, real fires, and even the prevention side, activation examples. So I think it is very important, since I am also a lecturer, I have always seen that if you show something and if you involve the people, for example, in earthquake, if you make a shaking table simulation, then the people can easily understand. Even, for example, some of us think about if there is an earthquake, for example, shaking here, I can directly go outside. It is not possible. Then you feel and you learn this during this huge shaking. So putting this number one priority, during the feasibility analysis, I have also visited a lot of testing centers, and I have seen that most of them are like a closed box. So you cannot use anything, and you cannot gain anything from the real tests. Because of that, our vision in Allianz Technique is totally different. Everything is usable, everything is visible. Even it is valid for fire reaction to fire test. And also, our trainers, our clients can easily watch their real earthquake tests in a safe environment from the second floor. So, and I am very proud to say that we are one and only accredited earthquake laboratory in Turkey. Accreditation is very important, not in our sector only. I think whenever you are producing something, it could be even a cheese, there should be some standards and accreditations to provide the accuracy. And shortly we define accreditation as accuracy, confidentiality, and also security. So we are very much testing especially non-structural elements because when it comes to earthquake scenario, our buildings, especially after 2000, for example, the date of construction, are really safe. And in earthquake engineering, we are more than close to 100%. We know the performance of the buildings by software analysis. We can make this, but we don't know the exact situation of the non-structural elements. For example, these lightings could come down, or the other ventilation systems, server cabinets, electrical cabinets, glass windows. So we are very much dealing with, and we want to take attraction from the non-structural part, which are very harmful for the humans, especially. And when it comes to training, we are open to the whole society, starting from the childhood to the youths. Especially, we are very much keen about to train our children, because I always believe that today that we are facing with some extraordinary earthquake responses. Unfortunately, even jumping out of the window, because people don't know what to do, because we don't have in our memories. And when we compare with the Japanese culture, yes, we know that they are dealing with this concept during their childhood. So we are to raise social awareness with special partners like TEGEV, Turkish Training Foundation, we can translate. We have special programs, especially in the 2 years in a row, 23rd of April, for the Children's Day, we spent one whole week with the children to train them during these like emergency response and risk awareness trainings. This is a very important concept, I guess. And we have certification programs, because people some technical people needs also high trainings, especially for fire safety, for example. Yes, you can see there are a lot of fire sprinklers, fire detections, but it is not easy to know that if they are in accordance with the standards or not. Even changing the orientation of the sprinkler head could be totally a bad scenario for a real case. So together with Turkish German University, we also have some certification programs. We have tailor-made trainings. And lastly, maybe I can also emphasize that very new, we have just established a new department. It's called climate change and also environmental risks management services department. So not only earthquake and fire safety, we are also planning to give consultancy service to the society, especially for to cope with the target of net zero, and after especially this green deal, we will be also supporting our clients how to reduce the carbon emission in order to let their investments also. So maybe I can also gladly say that you can come and visit us. We have a very lovely environmental in Beykoz, Turkish-German University. It is open to everybody. If you want to have a real earthquake, I hope you don't ever. But how to cope with these emergency situations? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ceyhun Bey, for your answers in detail. Actually, we can definitely acknowledge that Allianz Sigorta, thanks to Allianz Teknik, is one of the insurance companies that has the greatest contribution to the formation of risk management studies awareness in our country. And I should add that we have a long-term partnership with Allianz, and I hope we keep it that way for many years ahead. Thank you very much. Now we can move on to our final guest speaker, Cem Öztürk from Marsh. Welcome, Cem Bey. We are grateful that you accepted our invitation as a guest speaker. Let me do a brief introduction for you. As being the leader of Marsh Advisor team in Turkey and also a board member at Enterprise Risk Management Association, which is a member of FERMA in Turkey, Cem Öztürk is managing enterprise risk management, environmental social governance, climate change, business continuity management, cyber risk consulting, and last but not least, property risk consulting. Marsh Advisory team he leads in Turkey provide the clients with insights, technical expertise, and global resources needed for implementing solid risk management strategies. So, Cem Bey, risk is a growing challenge and businesses are disrupted by a growing list of geopolitical, pandemic, regulatory, and technological risks. So why does risk advisory matter and what areas does risk advisory usually cover? Secondly, why do businesses need solid risk management strategies?
Kıvanç Bey, first of all, thank you very much for your nice introduction, and it's very pleased for me to be with these colleagues, Ceyhun Bey and Mr. Martin, and this Friday afternoon final session, final speech, a great audience here. Welcome everybody. Coming back to your question, before going through your question in depth, there are various risks impacting daily life of individuals or companies. So this versatility should be grouped under some certain aspects, such as in very averagely common and throughout the companies and general standardization. We can name them under strategic risk, financial risks, operational risks, and compliance risks. And very basic methodology that a risk management process takes forward into 4 stages. One is identifying the risk properly, which means that you need to go through root causes. Second, you need to measure the risk properly by in-depth analysis and proper evaluation. Then you need to track them. And finally, you need to carry on controlling them with periodical reporting phase as well. Risk management basically deals with by going through this methodological approach and helping their partners to overcome or mitigate properly. So basically risk advisory is aiming to help clients in this respect. And by the way, when you solve a risk, which means that a new door is opened for you to deal with, because every step you take creates a new problem for you to solve. So when we look at global power sector, there are some major hot topics to be dealt with, such as property damage and business interruption risks, and climate change risks, which one session before Professor Uğur Bey explained in depth with the proposition currently ongoing. Raw material supply is one of the hot topics in that field, and decreasing demand and competition, because there are many producers at the moment in local and global markets, and cyber threat as well. Again, in the afternoon session, cyber issue has considered and taken into account in depth with two valuable panelists. And afterwards, regulatory and political issues are one of main concerns as well. And of course, project delays, especially in construction and design phases, and health and safety, loss of lives, either in casualty point of view and reputational point of view are main concerns. And financial risks, of course, as many of the risks born from financial route. And finally, throughout the world, in each and every sector, it's in depth field that human resource problem, capability and capacity problem with proper engineering services to be inside. And this is how advisory tries to help enhance these main and detailed issues. And coming back to your second question, it has some evolution era throughout the years. First of all, when we talk about risk management, it is at first place mentioned that risk management is only dealing with, as if it's understood that risk management is only dealing with financial risks, which is directly connected through insurance. People can say that when dealing with their, or companies, when dealing with their risks, they easily understood and interprets that it's transferring their risks. But this is not the case. This is at the very basic beginning. Then it evolves to second phase, to taking into account that non-financial risks are there, and also operational risks are there. And afterwards, business units realizes that risk management and risk management professionals can be add value to their operations and daily business. And finally, which is the most mature phase, and currently what we are seeking when we are doing projects with our partners, placing risk management process as the strategic partners when dealing with strategical decisions and going through accurate investments. So this is in general means that strategical and strategical partnership in risk management. So in my opinion, of course, my colleagues mentioned many times, it needs to be followed up year on year and constantly, not only after handling with the exact problem, after solving it, maintaining it is also important. This also brings us the importance of business continuity of operations. That's why strategic partnership with risk management is very important within companies. So I'm also checking the clock in order to not exit, waste time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cem Bey. Since I am an ex-colleague of Marsh, I know and sincerely believe that Marsh Advisory help clients better understand their risks and navigate their risks, and also improve outcomes and maximize the control of their businesses. Thank you very much again. And I think that's it for our session and also for our conference. Murat Bey and Itır Hanım will be doing a closing speech after the break. Before that, I would like to take this opportunity to thank our guest speakers for sharing their valuable insights about physical asset management and its value on insurance. And thanks to the audience and the viewers online who invested their precious time with us. Finally, many thanks to the organization team, asset management and sustainability team, and anyone who contributed to this conference. I hope you come away with a new idea, a fresh perspective, or a new strategy that you can apply to your business or in your career. Thank you very much.
Teşekkür ederiz. Martin Jenkins, Cem Öztürk, Ceyhun Eren ve Kıvanç Arı.
Thank you very much, Kıvanç Arı, Dr. Ceyhun Eren, Cem Öztürk, and Martin Jenkins. I think we are going to have a family photo now.
Çok kritik bir konuya değindiniz siz de.
You touched upon a very critical topic and insurance process and collaboration between academia and NGOs is extremely important. Thank you very much for that. Thank you. We're planning to continue without a break because we would like to complement this discussion. We are going to be reviewing the last 2 days as we come to a close. All the details, as you know, are available on fizikselvarlıkyönetimi.com. You may take a look at the previous year's conference, and the articles written, everything discussed last year and this year are all available on this website. Now we proceed with the last session. We can have 2 seats only for this closing session. Enerjisa Upstream Asset Management and Sustainability Leader Mr. Murat Eröz will be on stage with me. He has been present here along with us, and we chat among ourselves about the takeaways. We will discuss that, and you may also reflect on your takeaways. We have listened to so many prominent speakers and panelists, and we'll now discuss what the takeaways are from now on. 2 days. During these 2 days, we listened to so many panel discussions and keynote speeches. So from the beginning to the end, we listened to it all, and now we are going to be going over them. What do you think have been the highlights for the last 2 days? As I take a look at the highlights and the things I have listened to during the last 2 days, well, on a country basis, we have institutions, corporations involved in asset management, and we have individuals. Maybe we should say a few words about that. Those are my highlights for the last 2 days. Countries' economic performance and level of development are measured by certain parameters, and it is high time that these parameters are revisited. As we consider these developments in the last quarter or so, it's not only valid for Turkey, but the whole world. GDPs have been considered so far in order to evaluate performance. However, GDP includes consumption, expenses, and exports. Importation is excluded. You may say that regarding these titles, the natural resources, consumption of natural resources and the impact of that consumption is not considered. Yeah, it's not considered at all. In other words, maybe we may exaggerate and say that cut all the trees in a country and turn them into paper and sell them all. GDP per capita but income per capita will increase. It may look like a success story on paper, but then again, it's going to be an irreversible loss of natural resources. So this perspective has to change. It's time for that. Secondly, from the perspective of corporations who are involved in asset management, there are a couple of elements that I am taking with me. Asset management companies, including the energy business, need to have a mindset shift and transformation. That takes some resources. Access to financial resources. Certain criteria have to be met so that these resources are accessible. In the finance sector, we see various $3 trillion worth of resources, and these resources are available with the condition that the corporations fulfill the criteria and make the necessary preferences to make these investments. Another observation of mine regarding asset management companies is as follows. Sustainability as a concept is more than an intellectual exercise, or it's more than a department like PR or public relations, or it is more than social responsibility. Companies who restrict sustainability to this domain never succeed. Sustainability is an important criterion. Top 50 companies included in this listing have 33% better performances. So we are going through such times that preferences, decisions, and practices regarding sustainability are no longer centralized, and the economic performance of companies will be directly affected. Tesla is a great example for that. Yes, certainly. EV is not discovered by Tesla. It used to exist. There were a couple of trials, but then again, Tesla made a difference. Tesla equipped EV with the most preferred features and attributes and made it accessible and affordable to the consumers. All the automotive companies are doing the second part of what Tesla does, but Tesla is doing it with EV, and I think Tesla has differentiated itself so much because it's doing it with the latest technologies. As for individuals, I believe that it was mentioned during yesterday's discussions. It boils down to personal preferences and choices. Inevitably, these preferences should be fair and just, at least for the time being, individuals and societies and communities, just for the sake of being more sustainable and environment friendly. There is a certain premium that everyone is ready to pay, but no one will go to a restaurant and to eat tasteless food just because it's more environment friendly. Companies should be making arrangements so that they meet the expectations of the individuals, and individuals will be accepting certain premiums in order to contribute more to sustainability. A research was conducted. The time spent in the shower is 8 minutes on average. 256,000 cars emission may be reduced if people spend 1 minute less. It is about water consumption, it's about transportation, using mass transportation, buying less clothes, etc. I mean, with small preferences and choices we make on a day-to-day basis, we may cover quite a distance. What are your takeaways? Well, my takeaways are as follows. The Europe-centered and developed countries-centered approach should be changed. I think this should be left aside, especially for green transformation. More and more mines have to be processed. Who is going to work on that mining activity? Who will do that? Will there be child labor? So that actually reminded me the significance of supply chain follow-up, be it a textile product or a food product. We have to follow the whole supply chain so that we make sure the purchase that we make does not pollute the world or does not cause any harm. So on the third level, something goes wrong and we have to undertake its responsibility. There may even be court cases. It's quite critical. This is one of my takeaways. Another takeaway is social impact investment. Again, from sustainability perspective, these should be considered. It's not only for one day or it's not PR material. And unfortunately, there are some attempts for greenwashing, but these should not be the format. We should really aim for real sustainability, and we should measure social return on investment. This has been brought up once again to the agenda. Measurement of the social impact is quite critical, and that's my takeaway. Let's now think about the concepts, because so many concepts have become buzzwords. These are quite exciting buzzwords, exciting us all. What would be your observation on that? Well, I have a couple of buzzwords from each and every session, I would say. Something that evoked some ideas for me, Scope 3. For instance, is one to mention. For asset management companies, it's not only a primary level or the power that they use, but indirectly, maybe as they design their offices, the preferences that they make for the furniture, even that has a certain impact. So with the blockchain and everything, the impact will be seen more. Consumers, when they go to a retail shop or when they are to buy clothes, maybe consumers will be able to follow up the whole production process in addition to the price. Maybe the production phases may be followed up. Yes, indeed, there are some new concepts for me. For instance, repowering. I had not heard of that before. Yes, we have our power stations, we have turbines. What will happen to those? And in order to ensure that they have longevity, we have to come up with ways to prolong their existence. And once they become waste because they complete their life cycle, what are we going to do? Because there was this striking example, solar panels and waste as big as 2 Mount Everest was quite striking. That's my takeaway. Carbon capture has been mentioned many times. Carbon capture technologies offer many opportunities. I'm taking that away with me as an academic. Blue ammonium, green hydrogen, blue hydrogen, that promised a lot of opportunities. I think that was the most popular session of all. We received the most amount of questions during that session. I think we need to learn more. I will read more about this and I will check to see what we can do at the university level. Of course, this process does not come to an end here. We had intensive discussions, but this took a lot of preparations. Large teams worked on this, and there is so much work put into this. It's not a full stop, it's a comma. Where from here, Kuvadis, I will ask now. Well, it has been our pleasure to organize this. We had held the first one last year, and this year it's the second year for this conference. I see that participation is great, interest is great. Such gatherings are valuable. I mean, information is available and everything is available on the internet. You enter something into Google, you'll learn a lot. But in day-to-day practice, people who are involved in physical asset management, companies and employees of companies that work for physical asset management have practical solutions for these concepts. And we have to have exchange of ideas about respective things, and it's not always possible to discuss these matters. Sometimes it's all in literature and books, but that's not sufficient. So it was great opportunity to discuss these matters. We will continue with these gatherings, and as for the actions, from time to time during the break, I had chat with with our participants, and I think there are opportunities for future projects. I also thought the following. We always underline this, but some others said as well. This is actually my favorite, SDG 17. Some others emphasize that as well. The academia, the private sector, the public sector, and the regulations, Green Deal, etc. These are the imposed regulations, carbon taxes. I mean, none of them are solutions in themselves. They should be together. All stakeholders were here, and you opened the path. My dream, my aspiration for next year is that as we had today our panel discussion for inspirational stories, hopefully sectoral stakeholders will be telling us the joint projects they have conducted. And hopefully the stakeholders will say that we had met last year and we had discussed these concepts, and then within a year we developed this and that project. Hopefully we will have joint solutions. Thank you very much for giving room for such valuable discussion, inspiring discussion. Thank you very much for organizing this, and thank you very much for inviting us. Thank you for being with us during these 2 days. Thank you very much. Hopefully this has been interesting and beneficial to us, to you all. We would like to thank each and every one of you. We'd like to thank you for your participation. We'd like to thank everyone for creating the content. We'd like to thank our translators, our sign language interpreters, as well as our English-Turkish interpreters. We had bilateral simultaneous interpretation throughout the 2 days. Hope to see you next year, hopefully. Thank you.
you.